Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching our little pre-show there hope you enjoyed Mary's talk and some messages from our sponsors. Excited to have you all here. We're going to start the theme reveal video very soon.
Excited to be here, Tim.
I know you've been bugging me all week to find out the theme, and we're just about to find out.
I have, and it's finally here. All the pestering. I'm sorry if I was getting annoying. I just want to know the theme.
Right. I know everybody out there does, so we're excited to reveal it. You're on mute, Charlie, if you're talking.
Yeah, it's a good theme, so I hope you're all excited for it.
And we find out in a couple of minutes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
a couple of minutes, yeah.
Any hints at all that you're willing to give?
Oh, no. No.
You like reeled me, and I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna give me a hint, and then nope, nothing.
No advices from us.
Darn it. Super tight-lipped. At least I know if I ever have a secret, y'all are the ones that are gonna keep it.
Oh, absolutely. We're very good at keeping secrets.
It's hard to do all year, but this is what we look forward to. So excited for everybody to find out.
This is the Super Bowl for games.
Pretty much.
It's
I'm
good.
I'm excited. For anybody out there watching that doesn't know, I'm Tim. I'm the executive director. You'll hear from me in a bit on the keynote reveal, theme reveal video. I'm
Charlie. I'm director of operations for Global Game Jam, and hopefully you won't hear from me at all for the rest of this.
Charlie will be backstage helping out.
And I'm Mac and Cheese, please. So you can call me Mac, and I'm going to be one of the hosts for our Global Game Jam.
I'm Zainul Hassan. I'm director of technology. So if something goes wrong with the website, I'll be the one to contact.
I'm Tarja Porkkakonttori. I'm director of communications, and I'll be somewhere on the internet answering everyone's DMs and whatever you have in mind.
And we have two more amazing hosts. Along with Mac, we have Alana Pierce and Mary Kenny are going to be helping. Alana will be here from 10:30, and Mac will be supporting us until then. So it's all very exciting.
Yeah.
It is very exciting. The reveal is sooner. It's like every minute we're chugging closer and closer.
Yeah, why don't we? I know everybody's excited to waiting for it patiently.
I can't wait to find out.
Why don't we get right to it, I suppose? See y'all in about a half hour.
See you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Cullings, the Executive Director of Global Game Jam, and welcome to Global Game Jam 2023. And for the first time, we're welcoming Global Game Jam Next 2023 at the same time as GGJ, and we're excited to have you all here with us and excited for the theme reveal, of course, that's about to happen in a few short minutes. First of all, we'd like to say thank you, though, to our board, our staff, all of our committee members, our regional organizers, our site organizers, our volunteers, our great keynote speakers, and of course our sponsors who make this whole thing possible. Please make sure that during the jam or before to visit our sponsor page and check out all of the great offers that the sponsors have. A lot of them are free offers for technology, tools, engines, all to make your jam a lot easier, a lot more fun. Let you try to learn some new things with new tools and technology. So definitely make sure you go and check that out. And thanks to all our sponsors again for making this possible. And most of all, sometime during this weekend, find and thank your site organizers during the jam or whatever time period you're doing this jam. Definitely give them a nice thank you for all the hard work that they've done over the last weeks, months, who knows how long they've been putting into this, but they deserve a lot of credit for all the work that they do to host a great event for you all that's about to get started. So yeah, definitely thank your site organizers, and thanks from myself to you personally out there. I still am a site organizer here in Seattle, Washington, so I know what you've been going through, and we really appreciate all the hard work that you do to help us make this event what it is and do something great for your community. Definitely thanks to all of our jammers out there who are about to participate, whether this is your first Global Game Jam, your second Global Game Jam, your 5th, your 10th, your 15th, whatever. You're about to have a great time. You're in the right place. This is where you come to learn, to meet new people, to make new friends, to make some games and make some memories. And everybody is in a similar situation. They've either done this before or they haven't. And look to the people around the room, look to the people on your online platform to help you along the way, to maybe make a new friend that you've never met before, to hear some of their ideas about making games and what kind of games that they want to make during the jam. Just listen to each other, support each other, make sure you get some rest, eat some good food, and have a great time. And yeah, we're excited. So enjoy Global Game Jam and Global Game Jam Next 2023. Thanks, everybody.
I'm Alexey Zvalov. I'm the regional coordinator of Global Game Jam in Ukraine, and also I'm an indie game developer and associate professor of Robert Elvorty Economical and Technological Institute. Today, I'd like to talk about the community. One of the core missions of the Global Game Jam is to bring together people who are fond of game development. Imagine a single person who's making games at home and showing them only to the close friends and family. They might not have the faintest idea on how many people share the same passion to game development in their own city, in their country, or in the whole world until they meet likely-minded people at the jam location. Ukraine joined the worldwide community of Global Game Jam in 2016, and this brought such an exciting feeling of connection and unification. It is so inspiring to look at the map and see that while you are brainstorming the game theme, producing visuals, or fixing those naughty bugs which always appear 10 minutes before the game submission, thousands of people in hundreds of cities across the whole world are doing the same. Online streams and cross-location video interviews further enhance this sense of belonging. You see that you are not alone. And so many people will understand you. It is incredible. Global Game Jam in Ukraine also served as a focal point for the local game dev community's growth. After the initial boost given by Global Game Jam in the beginning of the year, in January or February, we kept the community living via other events and sessions. Many teams continue to work on their games afterwards. And then they showcased these games at the international conferences. Often at these conferences, they had chance to meet face-to-face the Global Game Jam participants from other countries. And it is so joyful, helpful, and inspiring. Even switching to the online mode due to the pandemics didn't slow down the community creativity. Last Global Game Jam, we had over 350 developers and 55 games made in Ukraine. We were looking forward to expand all those exciting games, to establish new connections and launch new activities. But then, on the 24th of February 2022, was the day when Russia started the full-scale invasion against Ukraine, and when the first Russian missiles struck Ukrainian cities, killing innocent people. As soon as the news reached the other countries, we started receiving messages from our friends worldwide. This is another powerful sign of connection in the worldwide game development community which we experienced. The simple question, "How are you?" gained a whole new meaning for the Ukrainians since then. From a simple greeting phrase, it changed to a sign indicating that the person asking does really care. And this helped us stand. Your care, your support to those Ukrainians who had to leave the country, to those who had to stay and fight, to those who lost their houses, health, loved ones. All this helps. We are deeply thankful to all the help and support we are receiving from you, our friends. Today, if you look at the Global Game Jam map, you won't see locations in Ukraine. But this is a safety measure. No place in Ukraine can be safe from being a name of the Russian missiles. So we have to run our locations in the stealth mode. We hope to show you the games from Ukraine after the jam. And we never forget that if we have a chance to make games now, this is all thanks to the protection of Ukrainian defense forces and help we are receiving from our friends from the whole world. Sometimes it is said that games are a way to escape from reality. Sadly, but the reality might be such that it doesn't allow you to escape. War, which is right now fought against Ukraine, is such a case. And we must face this reality together. Therefore, I ask you to keep supporting Ukraine by increasing awareness and donations. There is fund Game Dev Under Bombs. It is run by the Game Development Conference organizers. There is a Comeback Alive fund. There is a President's Initiative United 24. It is possible to select a direction you want to help: medical aid, defense, or rebuilding. Your help can literally save lives. Thank you. For GGJ 2023, I wish you, first of all, peaceful jam. Sometimes we don't notice something until it's lost. Use this jam as a chance to strengthen your community connections. Look at the people at your location, if you are jamming physically, or at your chat, if online. Don't be too shy to come to people around you and tell about yourself. Remember that those people have the same interests as you do. And if you feel that you have possibility, help less experienced Game Jam participants. Ask "How are you?" question in a meaningful way. Have great and peaceful jam, and good luck to you.
Hello, Global Game Jammers. This is Ferishte Forough, founder and executive director of Code to Inspire, the first coding school for girls and women in Afghanistan. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the 23 Global Game Jam. At Code to Inspire, we address the perennial economic, cultural, and patriarchal challenges that girls and women in Afghanistan face by providing a 1-year after-school program in a safe environment. To date, we've educated more than 350 girls in our coding and graphic design classes. By providing a free technical education in a safe environment, we want to narrow the gender gap in education participation, social empowerment, and economic growth in Afghanistan. In 2019, a group of our students in the game development class came up with the idea to create a game with a female superhero from Afghanistan, the Afghan Hero Game Girl. The game features a young Afghan girl whose parents are captured by a witch. Our students wanted to create a game that included a girl who looked like them in a heroic decision-making role so that the other young women could see themselves as powerful figures. Knowledge is power, and technology is the tool for this empowerment. Gaming is a great way for both educational and entertainment purposes. That's why we use this tool as a way to raise more awareness in the community about women in technology and gaming. Sadly, with what happened in Afghanistan August 2021, with the Taliban taking over the country, girls and women of Afghanistan since then have been deprived to access basic fundamental human rights such as education, work, freedom of movement, that many girls around the world are taking it for granted. During this critical moment for the girls and women of Afghanistan, Code to Inspire remains resilient in the fight to keep educating more girls and provide more opportunities for them to access global economy in order to support themselves and change their lives and their families' future. We want to make sure that we can provide any opportunity to these girls that any young girl deserves around the world. As Rumi, 13th century Farsi poet said, "Where there is ruin, there is hope for a treasure." Girls and women of Afghanistan are treasures, and by investing in their education, we are going to build Afghanistan 2.0. I wish you all the best with much inspiration and creativity to change the world for a better place. Thank you so much.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with Coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean Coherence, at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just $2 is syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Hi, my name is Jabari Ali, and I am a systems designer with Skydance Interactive and an innovation educator with the Hidden Genius Project. And I'm very excited to welcome you to the Global Game Jam. Wow, this is going to be quite a jam. I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. You know, man, let's do it, right? And so for me, Game Jams has been just an inspiration, right? It really gave me that courage to really make this my career, making games. I actually started out in audio, doing music and sound design, and then slowly after going to jams and finding cool people to make games with, I started to learn how to do other things. I started learning how to do gameplay design, gameplay engineering, UI, project management, the whole thing. And so I really recommend, maybe you're on the fence or you're not sure if you have the time. I really recommend doing the jam. It's going to be great for you. And the biggest thing is just understanding that the commitment level, like how intense it is up to you, right? You can keep it light, you can keep it small, or you could go all in and, do crazy all-nighters and make something huge. But it's just about the experience, right? And so my first little piece of advice actually is understanding the why. Why do you want to do the jam? So for me, it started out with, I just wanted to have fun. I was like, wow, I can make a game and I can, kick it with some fellow nerds and just be weird and just be crazy and make some cool stuff. And so that was my why to begin with, right? So I kept it real lighthearted and just wanted to have fun and share my skills and kind of get better. But, maybe you have a different thing. Maybe you want to go in there and you want to make some real strong contacts and you want to find some people to work with later on major projects. Or maybe you've got some things you've been working on that you're really good at, but you need a team to actually get it out there. You're an artist, but you need a coder to work with to get your art in the game. Whatever your why is, understand it, and really make that part of your focus, right? That will keep you motivated throughout the jam, keep you centered, keep you focused. Okay, so figure out your why. And then the next really important thing to do is, what are you bringing to the table? What are your strengths, right? And don't hold back, right? It's okay to flex a little bit, right? Because a lot of people that you'll probably be working with, they haven't met you before, they haven't seen what you're doing, right? So get your portfolio together. Don't be shy. Let people know what you can do, and really think about, okay, hey, this is what I can bring to the table. And I actually really recommend that even if you're a jack of all trades or hey, I can do anything, I really recommend that you pick one thing to focus on for the jam, right? Even if you can do art, code, design, and all that, pick one. Maybe you're like, hey, this time I'm just going to do design. And that can really allow you to hone that skill, but also give other people the opportunity to, pick up those other areas, right? And it's really beneficial to work on a team. You make great connections. You're able to get more done. So I recommend that you figure out what your strength is, what role do you want to have for the jam, and then find other people to work with, right? And if you have your own idea, please write a game design document. Now, it doesn't have to be long. It could be just half a page, but just having a little something to keep everybody centered, right, will go a long way, right? So, figure out what do you want to do? What is your role for this jam? And then, fill in the blanks, right? Hop on the forums, hop in the Discord, hop on the social media, right? Talk to people, share your portfolio, comment on other people's posts, and just really get yourself out there, right? And don't be shy. So what's your role? What do you need? Find your team, okay? And it's okay if you don't know right away. Maybe you all just like platformers and you're like, hey, we're going to make something, but we're figuring it out, right? So find your team, find the game that you're going to make. And then when you do, keep it simple. You don't have a lot of time, okay? It'll go by in the blink of an eye, right? So one mechanic, right? Maybe your mechanic is just jumping or dashing through walls or, being able to, throw cheesecake, whatever it is, right? Pick your one mechanic, and then make sure it's fun. Okay. Don't wait till day 3 to see if the mechanic is even fun. You want to experience that mechanic on the first day, honestly, within the first few hours. That is priority number 1. What is the mechanic? Design it and be able to actually experience it in the game, in an actual build too. Don't stay in the editor. Don't spend too much time in the editor. You want to play test early and often, okay, in an actual build, okay? And then, you'll hear this a lot. Honestly, you want to be kind of on top of your scheduling and your roadmap, right? Day 1, get your mechanic. Day 2, get the complete slice of the game. I can play from beginning to end, right? I have a start screen. I have a victory screen, right? And then day 3, now I'm making it nice and pretty with all the bells and whistles and the animations and the sound effects and the music and all of that. Okay. And remember, it just is a demo. A demo is enough. It doesn't have to be the full game. You know, it could be one level. It could take 5 minutes to play the game that you're making. You know, you can keep it light, right? Don't put too much of a burden on yourself. Okay. But yeah, just really think about that first little bit, the why. You know, are you here just to have fun? Are you here to make connections? Are you here to hone your skills? Maybe, you know, all 3, maybe something else, but think about your why. Let that be your ground. Let that be your focus. And yeah, most of all, please, you know, have fun, meet some cool people, and don't be afraid to let it carry on after the jam. Honestly, my first jam, we went on to work on some really cool projects afterwards. You know, so yeah, if you meet some people you really like working with, then, you know, keep making games with them. Or if you make a project that's just, wow, this is so amazing, yeah, continue that project afterwards, right? But yeah, super excited for this jam. I hope you are too. Yeah, and best of luck to you. Have fun. Bye.
Well, hello.
Alana, Roots.
Hello.
That's the theme.
I
Roots.
know Roots is very cool because I feel like there are so many things that you can get out of that. Like obviously my head immediately goes to a tree, which makes me very lazy.
Yeah. Well,
What was the
you can
first thing you
also
thought
even
of?
go to like cultural roots too. There's so many different ways you can take this.
Yeah, I feel like what else do we got for roots? There's a root of a cause. You can have a root in terms of mathematics. I'm
Yeah.
just looking up the word root. Apparently, there's an insurance company called Root Insurance.
All right.
Probably not going to go with that one. The basic cause, the origin of
Digging
something.
down.
Yeah, there's a lot of options there, which is really cool. And I also feel like it ties really well into a lot of the just the global themes. Like, what are our
Yeah.
roots as humans? Where do we come from?
Where do we
it's a
come
very
from? Where do we go?
it's a very
Uh,
cool one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what all the gamers and jammers come up with for this. This is going to be huge to see how everyone from around the world interprets roots.
100%. And I think the thing that's always really exciting to me is like outside of like a theme of a game, if we can see people tie roots into actual gameplay, like maybe
Yeah.
there's some sort of growth thing, maybe there's some sort of
Ooh.
tracking thing, like all the options for, I think it's always really fun to watch things come out of global game jams that aren't just taking the word and making it tie into the story somehow. They also
Sure.
tie it into mechanics. And I have nothing in my head right now, so I imagine people
I
are going to
do.
be brainstorming.
The first thing that comes to mind is like thinking of like a skill tree and the roots are like growing to where your skills are or something.
True.
That could be really fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time that takes, but maybe not a weekend, but
And based on some of the conferences we've had recently, I feel like there are a lot of farming life sims very popular
Sure.
right now. Again, difficult to make, but maybe we get some like botany sims, like maybe it's super literal, like that could be
Yeah.
cool. I'll play all of them and lose my whole life to it, to be honest. So
Right. Or even incorporating like mushrooms and like the root systems that are just all over the forest floor and just connection, really.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of very cool options. Would love to see how everyone in the chat feels about it. To the person who asked, is this live? The answer is yes. Going back to your roots, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
And we've got could be personal roots, personal stories for sure. Hello, welcome everybody.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good morning.
Hey there.
How's everybody feeling about the theme?
Amazing.
It's a
That
good
was
one.
really amazing. It's a really good one. It's an amazing video also, not only a theme, like it's very inspiring, have a lot of hints and ideas.
Yeah.
It is a very nicely made video. Some gorgeous music in there too. I want to shout out whoever made that music. It was really lovely. What was the first thing that came to any of your heads when you heard Roots?
I think sorry, Ashraf. I think for me, I will go for origins. So like not only a tree and have the roots, no, the origin of the thing. So even in words, like the origin of the word. In Arabic language, we call Jadr al-Lugha, which is the origin of the language, where it comes from. So maybe the
Sure.
origin of the problem, origin of the challenge, something in your life, the origin of it, and you try to fix it.
I think origin
is
of
what came to my
language would
mind.
be a really interesting one. You could make something really
Absolutely.
funny out of that. How about you, Travis?
I actually sort of thought about tree roots to begin with, but those are a foundation for something. And so what comes from the tree roots is sort of where my head started going with immediately after there, the things that grow out from that solid foundation that you build up from. And really not fully explored yet, but I want to think on it for a little bit and see where that particular one goes. There's one fun little image in that teaser trailer too of a mathematical square root.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
there's something
Yeah.
there, and I have no clue what it is yet, but I think there's something there.
There is a concept that exists.
Don't tell me math games. Don't tell me math games.
A friend of mine has, he's a game dev and his daughter is 12 years old and she published a mathematics game on Steam and it has extremely positive reviews. And that was one
Oh,
of the first things
wonderful.
I thought of, that I was like, there's so many options that you can make with math games. Even if it's really simple, people who are very young can get into that, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, good to know. The graphics and animations are created by the amazing team, which is at randobando.tv on Instagram. And they do look really, really good. I've got the show.
They really do.
Gorgeous artwork on here. It's
Nice.
very, very cool. Ashraf, you are currently muted, but how did you feel about the theme?
honestly, when we were going through all the themes we had, this was something that stood out to all of us, because when we saw it, we just paused and we were like, we could make like 10 different games just from this one word, because of, you know, all the different ideas that stem from the word roots. Haha, pun. So you know, each of us started spitballing different ideas, and some of us started with trees, some of us started with teeth, some of us went to math, some of us, like Donat and I, because we both speak Arabic, we both went to the root of the word, and we, you know, we bonded over this as well. So I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal, because there's no need to think outside the box, because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this, especially since game jams to me have always been about having fun with unique ideas and just exploring things that you're going to throw away after a while. So might as well do something funky and silly with it. And what better way to do this than with a bit of inspiration from the theme? So
Yeah, I definitely think it's nice to have a theme that's not very restrictive, that there are so many options. You're right, because it means we can get totally different things to different people, and they can use their creativity and cling to whichever part of the word root that they relate to the most, which is really cool.
Absolutely.
Options.
It's all about diving, you know.
Yeah, and I think this theme evolved during our process. At first, as Travis said, you think roots of the tree or roots of the mankind, but now that we have talked about it, roots is many things.
Yeah.
And I think this is awesome theme and awesome video. Thank you for the audio team for that.
Yeah, the whole intro was absolutely awesome, and it was really nice to hear from Ukraine as well, I think, and to hear that they're going to be basically like stealth making games, which was, you know, thoughts to everybody in Ukraine, that's absolutely terrifying, but I also love that the community's backing them on that. I think that that's just so awesome that everyone's like, still get involved, don't miss out on this opportunity, we still want you here. And it was very, very cool to hear that perspective in the intro as well. I think it's super important. Definitely goes with the theme of global game jam as well, obviously. Very, very cool. Someone in the chat said, can we repeat what the theme is? The theme is roots.
Roots.
And Idea in Twitch chat here just said nerve roots as well. You can have,
Oh yeah.
You can have things relating to nerves. There's so many options. It's kind of intimidating.
It is.
For any of you who have been involved in game jams before, where do you think you start? Like, what's step one after you've heard the theme? Is it just a big brainstorm meeting?
Mm-hmm. A lot of staring at whiteboards.
Yeah.
Seeing what sticks.
Mm-hmm.
It will be like for me, the first thing I just type it on the Google and see what type of things should I get, like pictures and things like this. Maybe checking the video again, like frame by frame, and checking each ideas. One of the pictures is like the tooth and the root of the tooth. This is something really out of the box.
Yeah.
A dentist simulator.
Exactly. So things like this, it will trigger, and then we start like a very simple line of how the game will be. Like, what's the main idea? What's the main goal of it? Maybe this is like the few hours. Or a couple of days.
I think I've done 5 game jams at this point, and my start is also exactly the same thing, which is Google. So I imagine probably a lot of people do that. Just I used Pinterest once, which I think would actually be really interesting for roots, because you just see aggregates of kind of picture boards people have put together, and you can think of something that you never would have thought of before, which is really cool. We do also have the diversifiers as well, which make things even more interesting. So I think the diversifiers we have this year are making memories, which is create a game that has at least one moment that everyone who plays will remember it, which I would hope would happen regardless, but that's still a really cool one to like actually really try to tie into. And then there's Dungeon Master, which is using the Unity editor as a mechanical tool in your game. One player can join from the editor at any time to affect the world in a way that ordinary players can't, which is also awesome. Entries using Coherence multiplayer eligible for $10,000 prize pool, which is very cool. The world is about a place with more creators in it, which is build a game where the player commands a large group of characters or many players play together to achieve an objective. The Yahaha multiplayer challenge, which is use the Yahaha Studio platform to create a game that is suitable for multiplayer or social scenarios. Definitely a lot of multiplayer stuff here, which is like very much, again, in the theme of community. Hidden Heritage. Please only use this diversifier if you're a team based in the UK, because it's from the UK Games Fund. And that is select a local landmark or place of cultural/historical interest. It can be fact, fiction, myth, or legend to close to your team's physical location, and use it as inspiration for your game ideas. I'm looking forward to seeing some of those, learn some more about the UK in the process. I could probably list these for a long time, but it was really cool to see some accessibility suggestions, art suggestions, audio suggestions. So I'm sure we'll cover those further as the jam goes on. But the diversifiers are very cool. Let me drop the link in the Twitch chat for anyone who hasn't seen it. Yeah, you can check them out. They are awesome. Is there anything anyone is like particularly excited to see that we haven't already covered regarding Roots? Like, other than I just want to see different ideas, really. But
there are some really nice songs about the Roots, so maybe you can try YouTube as well or Spotify. Besides Google.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Using
this
songs
will be very interesting, like taking the lyrics of the song and maybe do, I don't know.
Definitely,
Isn't there an old TV show too called Roots? Maybe not.
Yes. Oh.
So maybe like some sitcom action. Who knows? There's so many different avenues, and with it being global, different cultures can interpret it so differently. So I think we're going to get a lot of interesting games this jam.
Yeah, very, very excited to see what everyone comes up with. And yeah, for anyone who's not aware, majority of the time you can play games that are part of Game Jam and you'll get a whole bunch of really different things. Some of them are really short, so a lot of the time it's really easy to get through a lot of them, and it's a really cool way to learn about different teams from all over the world as well. So I highly recommend doing that when they're all actually available to play. They've just gotten the theme, so give everybody a second. It doesn't quite work that quickly, but yeah, it's always really, really fun to actually jump through. So we have some more suggestions in chat that I think are cool. A cooking game, root vegetables and ginger. That's good.
Ooh.
If you can make sure I'm not as frustrated as I am when I play Overcooked, that would be great.
Yeah.
Like
Anything slightly less frustrating. So apparently there
Someone-
was a Roots TV show.
Yeah. So someone wrote carrots are roots, which is interesting, and this
Big
is
carrot,
becoming
yeah.
like a bunny theme game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah. And then we've got root directory as in computing. Yeah, you could do some very cool stuff with that. Oh, apparently potatoes.
I
are root
wouldn't
vegetable.
even thought of that. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
History related things will be roots also. Anything related to history, maybe.
Yep.
This is part.
Potatoes are root vegetables. My ferret's name is Potato, therefore my game is about my ferret. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, go for it. I want the ferret game next to the bunny game. Let's do it. That's awesome. Oh, hair roots. See? Hadn't even thought of that.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Very cool.
Tons of great ideas coming up, and this has just been like what, a few minutes since we've revealed the theme, and people are just like churning out tons and tons of things. So it's really exciting to see what's going to be made at the end of the day as well.
Definitely.
I
Wartel
think that
is
was a
a
good idea
root-related
what Renata said, that you could watch the theme reveal video again after some brainstorming.
Yeah, so I can link that in the Twitch chat as well, because we have just the theme reveal video by itself, which is really lovely. So for anyone who wants to check that out, go there. I'll put that in YouTube as well. This one here. It is very, very, very pretty. Yeah, really, really impressed by the art there. Definitely a lot of imagery that just I wouldn't have expected to see, which means that we've kind of got a good beginning point, I think. A lot of very, very
Absolutely.
cool stuff in there. Yeah, it looks awesome. Yeah, root vegetables. If you lose the game, you have to eat a turnip. Definitely going to be a lot of root vegetables, I think. It'll just be what people do with it. Also, I've never eaten a turnip. That could be bad punishment.
No.
But technically, there is no losing in a game jam. Anyone who participates is winning, and I get asked all the time how I got into game development, and my literal beginning was game jams, because I was like, I don't know how to get experience as a video game writer, but that's what I want to do for a living. How do I even begin with that? And to understand how different departments work with each other and how that communication works, I did a bunch of game jams, which is easy to do even when you're working full-time. If you want to get into game dev, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. It gives you like real world experience, real idea of the problem solving that is majority of what your job will be if you work in game dev, to be honest. So I definitely recommend taking a part of it and having a look at how everybody does things this year so you can get some ideas. Oh, the link didn't post in Twitch chat. Sorry, I'm probably not a mod.
Many many successful games came out from game jams.
Yeah.
There. Like even I know people who were like working on a big project, then they take a break to make a game in 2 days or 3 days, and this game became the hit of the year.
Yeah,
not their
yeah.
original game. So yeah,
It's very, very cool. There are word roots also. Oh, of course there are. You could do something with Latin. That would be cool. Cultural roots, different cultures could be great for different countries participating. I think that's the idea that currently excites me the most, especially after what you guys were saying about Arabic. I was like, oh, there are so many ways to learn about different cultures and different languages through this that maybe some other words don't potentially give us access to necessarily. So
Sure.
that definitely seems very, very cool. Yeah, word roots is huge in the Arabic language. So that's what somebody just said in chat. I know you guys touched on that, but can you elaborate on it a little bit more for anyone who's not familiar with what that means?
So for example, when you have I'm trying to make it as simple as in saying it in English. So for example, when you say, I don't know, okay, you walk and there is like walking. So the origin of walking, it's from the word walk, and not exactly like that, but something like this in the Arabic. So there is like the word is coming all from the origin. So maybe like it's a big word that have like maybe 8 letters, but the origin of it's like 3 letters or 4 letters, and it can be manipulated into many meanings based on the evolution of this word, let's say.
That's very
100%.
cool.
Yeah, it's like tons of Arabic words can go down to 3 letters as the word of origin, and then depending on the kind of accents you put, they could completely change their meaning. So it's just tons of fun to see something like this happen. It's something I want to look into to see if I'm going to make it in this jam, but we'll see, I guess. Depends on who I team up with.
That is very, very cool. It's something that, yeah, again, just like culturally very different, something I didn't know about that we've all learned about today. So that's awesome. I hope you'll all excuse me for a moment while I read our sponsors for this year's Global Game Jam. So our headlining sponsors are Dot, Big Bang, and Coherence. The Empower sponsors are Crazy Games, Yahaha, Google, Firebase, and Photon. The diversifiers, of course, are Unity, InWorld, Global Engagement Center of the US Department of State, Cubs, I hope I'm not pronouncing that incorrectly, UK Games Fund, GitHub, and Avaturn. The Accessibility Fund is Autodesk. Global Promotion is Intel, and SideFX products and services are Plus Music, AWS for Games, Incredibuild, it's pronounced Weaver, Microsoft/Xbox, Hyperpad, Construct, Yo-Yo Games, and the promotional partners are DDM, Nimble Giant, GeoPipe, Richcast, Procedural World. And you can go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to find out more about all of the sponsors and offers available to jammers this year. A very, very big thank you to every single one of those sponsors for making this possible, and for a lot of the outreach work that they do as well. Like, I know that there are some facets of this that make sure that people in communities who may not have them have access to certain kinds of technology that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. It's very helpful for a lot of people. A lot of different resources that they can offer to help people. And again, a great entryway to get into game dev if that's a thing that you're interested in, which I think it's pretty great. Highly recommend it.
Definitely.
Somebody in the chat said rooted phone. I'm not sure what you would mean by that, but I'm excited to see whatever that means.
It's basically hacking a phone. It's getting the root access.
So,
yeah.
Like root to an Android device, of course. See, that could be cool. You could have a hacking mini game.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I like this
Very
idea.
Cool.
Well, I'm excited to see what comes from it. We are going to be talking to the Global Game Jam board coming up next. Man, Rooted, so exciting.
Very exciting. Cool to see so many people in the chat just jumping through what they're thinking of today too, because they keep saying things like, even with the conversation we had with all of them, but now with us too, is like, oh, what is this going to be?
I know
There's so many options, so many things I haven't thought of.
So many options. It's so broad. Cool. Very excited. And yeah, just kind of picking people's brains, seeing what how they interpret the word. But hello, welcome.
Hello. Hi.
Happy
So excited to
GGJ
be
Day.
here.
Would you like to all introduce yourselves maybe? Because I didn't do that last time and definitely should have, which is my bad. JC, do you want to start with your introduction?
Sure. Hi, I'm JC Lau. I am the current president of the board of directors for Global Game Jam. Happy Game Jam Day, everyone.
I'm Sabrina Salba. I'm the vice president of the board for Global Game Jam.
Hello, Nurhan Sharif. I'm the secretary.
I bet you were all very excited for this to come out today, right?
Yes.
It's been a long time coming, and I do want to give a shout out to everyone that's worked so hard to make this event happen. So all the event organizers, the committees, everyone that's actually jamming, like we've had a really good turnout this year. So I'm just really excited for this week.
Yeah, can you tell us what the turnout is? Do we know how many teams we have participating?
Sabrina, do you have those numbers? Because I do not off the top.
We have,
Sorry.
last time I checked, we had 770 approved
Whoa.
sites.
Yeah,
So
that's
any
amazing.
site, there could be one team, or there are sites that have 20 teams. So it's a lot of people. We might get more than that. There are still a few sites that are moving through the queue. So hopefully we'll hit close to 800.
Yeah, said over 15,000 registered already.
Whoa. That's amazing.
15,000 registered. That's so wonderful.
It'll go
how
way
does this
up during
compare
the
to past
jams.
game jams?
Yeah. Last year we had almost 600. Was it 600 games that got made?
Wow.
Wow. That's so cool. Yeah,
So-
what an awesome thing.
6,000. Sorry, I was off by times 10. Sorry.
6,000? I was impressed by 600.
Sorry,
Yeah,
my
now 6,000,
math is
I'm like,
bad. 6,000 games. So it's really cool just to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. It's exciting for everyone else to play. Like we do stream about it as well, and we have, people get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
So
I
because
think
we have
it's
you all
also-
here, right? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just adding to JC that also this year is especially special because I think most sites have been offline for the past 2 years. So most sites have been going off-site and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. Since 2 years,
Sure.
this is different, and we've missed this. Everyone missed this, I bet.
Yeah, it definitely makes a huge difference. Because we have you all here right now, I just wanted to ask, what actually goes into making the Global Game Jam possible? I imagine this is not an easy thing to put together, and you don't have to detail every part of the process for me, but I'd love to have a little bit of insight of what the planning for this every year looks like.
Oh, it starts early. We start very early. I can speak from the regional organizer side. So that's the team that actually processes all the site applications. So we have calls with every site organizer around the world just to make sure they're ready to go. They know what's going on for this year, to get them approved, make sure they're going to run a great jam. And we start recruiting for that team in the summer. And then they really get to work in the fall as the site applications come in. So that's that side of it. And then there's all the other facets as well. Translation, which really ramps up in the month before the jam, just getting everything translated and prepared since we have a global community.
Yeah.
Of course, creating the theme. We have a committee that works on that. So if you enjoy the themes, that committee does amazing work every year. We have the team that's running the staff of Global Game Jam, Tim and Charlie and Tarja, who keep Global Game Jam running all year long. Trying to think of other things that are happening in the background.
How big is the team overall?
Depends on how you define the team.
Yeah, I guess it's difficult when something's this international, I suppose.
And then all the volunteers and all the work that goes into it. And
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
every
and
site
Zane,
has a-
who runs our website, that's a year-long endeavor as well.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
It looks amazing. The website looks really, really, really cool. I love the kind of color themes this year. They're just so pretty. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah. He does great work.
Yeah, for anyone watching who may just need a reminder, that is globalgamejam.org. The jam is, of course, running 30th of January to 5th of February. There's an FAQ on there. There's details about sponsors, games locations, all that good stuff, so you can find out everything you will need to jump into Roots. How are you guys feeling about Roots as a theme? Obviously, we've spoken about it a fair bit, but I think it's awesome.
Same.
The moment I saw the theme reveal, I just had tons of ideas pop up in my head. I felt like itching to just work on ideas, sketch them, and maybe like, this rush you get when you see it, when the video is wrapping up and you just can't wait to go there and start working right away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and that it has been well thought through, I think, for this year to be Roots. I think, as you've said during the theme reaction, it can be interpreted across different cultures differently, and it's endless. The possibilities are endless with Roots, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Just the Twitch chat just kind of lit up, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, here are all the ideas!" And I just love the fact that the theme is something that has so many interpretations, and it's not just like literally the word, but like when you put that layer of like, how does each culture understand how this word works, and what are the origins, like what are the roots of the word root? Like you could go super meta, and there's just so many possibilities with it, and I just love like when you get the ideas, and right before they have the word on the screen, you have all the like different inspirations for it. Just seeing where all that can go and seeing how far you can take a theme as well. And I just love seeing when you have like those like mental chains of like what does this word mean, and how does this apply as a game concept? How does this how do you build this into a game system, and then having a product at the end and just like seeing that through line through it is really exciting.
Related to that, can you guys give us a little bit of insight on how judging works? What's the judging process? Like, is it based on the theme, or is it based on something else? Like how the game's actually judged and voted on?
Well, we don't do that. So Global Game Jam is not a contest. So we don't judge and say like this game is better than the other. Part of our goal is that people take risks and they feel comfortable and safe doing things that might not work, that might be too weird to work, or maybe they're reaching. And so the main jam itself is not a competition. We do have you can like sites.
Diversifiers were the thing I was sort of referring to, but I guess those are probably done by the sponsors, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and individual sites might have that as well, but as an organization, to what Sabrina said, it is like we are here to learn and inspire. So it's not competitive. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. Like
I definitely think that's a thing that makes it feel more accessible, and a thing that historically I think people like about Global Game Jam is that in itself it's more about participating. But I like that there are incentives too for people to actually focus on the certain diversifiers that go for certain things, and you can potentially win prizes, which I think is very cool. You don't have to, so it's kind of less pressure.
I think you're kind of competing with yourself. Like, can I finish the game in the time allotted? How far did I get? Oh, maybe I didn't finish it. Next year, I'm going to get a couple steps farther. So it's with you, not necessarily against everybody else.
Yeah, it's basically challenging yourself, like reaching new limits. To me, the game jam is trying new ideas or trying new, let's say, tools that you're too afraid to try out in your everyday life or everyday work. The game jam is a space where you can try out new things that you don't normally try out or don't have time to try out, or maybe this is the time that you should be trying it out. So I think this is the game jam for me.
Very cool. Yeah, somebody in chat said I like to do games in new engines during Global Game Jam, which is a great idea.
Yeah,
because you can use any engine you like, or none in theory. And so being able to, try out different things and learn different software is actually a very cool facet of it as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a video game. At some point, I remember there was a site I participated in that most people pitched in making a board game, and even some made these miniature characters, and we printed out a large board and drew on it. It was fun just connecting with people and trying out new ideas and trying out what we don't normally try out.
One year, I don't remember what year, but it was Global Game Jam, and I had played a game that was basically a series of documents. I don't know if they use Google Drive or not, but it was a text adventure that linked through documents, which was really, really cool and really unusual. I love that. Yeah. It was like 1,000 pages, like, you know, those Goosebumps books that choose your own adventures. It was kind of like that. It was very, very cool.
Go to page 35 if you want blah, blah, blah to have.
Exactly. But because it was all digital, you just linked to it, which I thought was incredibly cool. And I think works for people who maybe have teams who don't have art experience. There's always, you know, options. Not that you can't make your own art. That always works too. So a lot of very, very cool options there. Well, thank you all for joining us and chatting to us. It seems like everybody is very excited, and I'm excited to see what everybody comes up with. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Rest well. Remember, it's not a race. Rest well, drink well.
Take care of yourself and the rest of your team.
Yeah. Ultimately, this is fun. This is supposed to be a fun event. So, like, do those things like rest. Make sure you are not like, you know, you're not crunching. That I have a whole other conversation I could talk about the games industry and that. But the whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends. So make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that. So yeah.
Very, very good words, especially to hear from the directors. Really appreciate that. Don't crunch, drink water, and sleep.
Absolutely.
We are going to jump into a trailer now from Big Bang, who is one of the sponsors this year. Hell yeah. There's a lot of good music across the board today.
Great music. And a lot of
go
good
ahead.
words of advice, too, from our directors.
Definitely appreciate that. Yeah. Now Robert Anderberg is going to join us to show us the platform they're building, Big Bang. It's an online game making platform where you can make games that work on any device and share them with a link. So look out for links in chat. Hopefully we can have those come through. Welcome, Robert.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for the intro. Yeah,
Doing great.
There has been some awesome music so far.
That trailer was great too. You guys killed it as well.
Yeah, the awesomeness. It took us ages to find that track. That was a fun one.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
so we're going to do something a little bit different today. You know, in the spirit of Global Game Jam, we're going to game jam in the game jam. And so we're going to build a game in 5 minutes.
All
and
right.
then we're going to put a QR code out there and a link, and you can jump into the game that we're just building right now.
Awesome.
So we've got a little course laid out here, and we've got 5 friends in our multiplayer game editor. So I'm going to do a WWE style intro to everybody.
Nice.
Say hi when we go. So this is Charles. This is Summer. This is Charlie. This is Ashley. And this is Voxelius. So yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm going to give them a countdown, and then they're going to just start building. So 3, 2, 1, go. So this is an overview of the map, and you can see people are starting to select things, and so you can see in the editor the lines going from their characters to things that they're selecting.
Yeah.
What's actually happening there is if I just jump into the player mode, so this is my little character here. When you in Big Bang, like in a game that you can edit, you can just hit this edit button in the top left, and then you can move stuff around. So I can edit from the player camera, just messing about with it while other people are changing things. And I can also, you know, there's a fly cam, and there's also an orbit cam, like a normal game editor. But I'm going to have to jump back to this overview camera, otherwise I'm going to miss it, because they've practiced doing this in 4 minutes. And
whoa,
impressive.
Yeah. So they've got kind of the component parts of the game over here on this assembly stage, and then they're going to drag them in and put them in place. Hopefully it won't be too death-defyingly difficult. But yeah, we've got some
I hope it
smashes
is.
and crushes here. Yeah. We've got some smashes and crushes over here. We've got some terrifying spinning blades happening. And yeah, I'm going to go and jump to my drone cam and see what's happening. So we've got this first section of spinny things.
This
and then we've
happened
got things
very
like-
quickly.
It really did.
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time just messing around building stuff, and on the streams this week we've been just chilling out and making like random stuff. But we thought today it would be better to build something that was a bit more like a game, because sometimes people are like, well, can you actually make games, or is it just like random stuff? And you know, these things have scripts on them, so everything in the game editor is editable. We can jump back and fly over to that stuff and just show how some of it works. So we've got like a spinny thing here. We can click the edit button. And this is actually the code editor from Visual Studio Code. So all the same kind of things that you'd imagine, autocomplete, all of that is in here. And then, yeah, we can zoom around by just hitting F on things.
Wow.
We can
It's
see
so
lots of
cool that this is like a live collaborative editor. That's so neat.
Yeah, and so, you know, all of the stuff in here, in fact, everything, the drone camera that I've been using is just a game object, and it's being driven in exactly the same way as everything else. So, yeah, so it's coming together. They're doing a good job. Go build team, go build team.
Who do you think's going to win?
Well, you know, the thing is, we're going to throw the link out to the community, and as soon as we do
Oh.
that, you know, it's going to go into chat here, and it's going to go, there's going to be a QR code on the screen that you can
Yes.
scan. And so, I don't know. I mean, our team is very good at this kind of parkour type thing, but I also feel like
Community
maybe
might have them.
somebody on
Yeah,
the stream
can't underestimate
is
the
gonna do it.
community.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be difficult. Okay, so it looks to me, let's go back to this overcam. I think we're actually done. So I've
Wow.
got 2 things to do before we do this. I'm going to try and get everything right. I'm going to press save. So you can save the game while it's running. So, you know, that's another cool thing. Like, you can edit from the player perspective. You can save the game while it's running. Everything that you edit stays. And then I think all I need to do now is hit Y. And if you scan this QR code,
Wow,
you
that's
should
so
turn up in the
cool.
game. So let's
Yeah.
see what happens. And this link at the top as well should go into stream chat. So I'm going to paste that in here. I don't know if that's going to turn up in actual chat in the real places, but I don't know if somebody needs to paste that into chat.
All right, I'm in.
From our team. Okay. So don't stand on the start line yet. Let's go back down and take a look. I'm going to leave this on the screen. Okay, there's people turning up. If you're a guest, you turn up as this blue thing. You don't need an
Yep.
account to play. So let's just give people a couple of minutes. Oh, look at this. Okay.
Oh.
This is a bit insane. Okay, I don't know that we
Look at all
tested
of
this with like
us.
50 players.
I guess we'll find out.
Okay, you can
All right,
use
so I
your
see the
number-
jump button.
Yeah, you can use your number keys to emote, so you can like give us some hearts with a number 9.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm
wow.
actually mobile. I just picked it
Yeah,
up
here you go.
on mobile immediately.
Okay, we'll give it another 30 seconds, and then I'll give us a countdown, and we're gonna see who's gonna win this game. Okay,
Right.
Okay, I'm just gonna go now.
Any other
Okay,
controls we need to know?
The controls are just like run and jump and try and be the best.
All right.
right.
That's my favorite control.
We can do
Okay.
this. We're gonna be the very best.
Okay, I believe in you. Okay, so 3. Everybody stand on the start line. We need like
all right, on the
30%
start line,
of people
on
on
the
the
start
start line. Okay,
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay,
Go,
okay.
go,
now
go.
it's gonna be.
Oh my
it's gonna be
goodness.
total
Oh, this
bedlam.
is already terrifying. Okay.
Okay,
you've
let's go,
got
let's go,
this.
let's go.
Oh, that's bouncier than I expected.
Oh, yeah, I didn't expect that. Wait, did I die? No, I restarted.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, the green things are checkpoints when you're running through.
Oh, thank
and
God,
so
I'm so
every
close
time
to
you
a
get to a checkpoint, you can hopefully respawn from that point.
Oh no! Damn.
Who's in the lead? Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice my ability to win this game, not because I'm not gonna win, but because I want to get back into the drone cam. Back into the drone cam.
I'll get past you.
Okay, let's go. Oh, there's some sad people falling off down
All
here.
the edges are bouncy, so that's
Yeah.
good to think about.
Yeah. Okay, so people are struggling with this section. Oh, look,
Oh
somebody's
no, I got
ahead.
popped.
Okay, somebody's ahead. I feel like this is a ringer.
This is feeling pretty intense. I also just got popped. A bit exploded. All right.
Yeah, I
don't know if
had
we're gonna
made it
finish.
all the way to the last one and it popped me.
Yeah, it's a sad time.
This is very cool that this is something that we can all just jump into and play this quickly like this without even
And it was
needing
made
to
in 5 minutes.
download anything. That's incredible.
Yeah, and so all of these pieces, you know, we have what's called templates, which are our version of prefabs. we've got a whole bunch of stuff you can just drag in and mess about with. Oh look, here we go. Here's the challenge. Oh, you know what? There was a guest at the lead, but now we've got the dev teams coming back. Oh, there's somebody up here. Some up here. I think this person's a ringer. They're gonna win. Okay. So that's the first place.
Oh, we've got a winner
already.
It's gonna show you in the podium in a second. And once we have 3 people, I believe it starts a sudden death countdown. So,
oh gosh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
You gotta get moving.
This damn cloud
Getting
thing.
to the next checkpoint. I'm almost there.
Okay.
I'm by the like the teeter-totter of saw wheel, mostly of death.
I believe that's the official dev team name.
Yeah.
That's it. Souls of
Teeter-totter,
Death.
saw wheel,
It is
mostly of
now.
death.
Okay, guests, come on, guests, come on. One of them made it. Here you go. You can do it. You can do it. We believe in you. Come on, you can do it. Oh no, both got chopped. Oh,
here we go.
Who made it? Did you make it?
I have not yet made it. I'm trying.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Okay. Now we got. Oh, not again. Okay, we're gonna have to. Usually it's no one left behind, but we're gonna have to leave you behind.
Somebody else like pushed me off the edge. That's what it
Okay.
felt like.
There's some kind of like collaborative party happening before the finish line. I don't know that this is in the spirit of sports.
Damn it.
Come on. 22 seconds. Are you
So
still
how many people can
respawning and
actually play
getting-
at once?
Did you get past this section? Did you win?
Oh,
I
me?
won.
No, I'm miles
Okay,
back.
okay.
No.
Let's go.
I'm not
let's
doing
go.
well at all.
9, 8.
I believe in you.
7,
You can get this.
6,
I don't
5,
know that I can, my
4,
friend. But I
3,
appreciate your belief in me.
1. What's happening? The time is going back up again. That's not a bug. Why is that? I don't understand. Oh, I think it's because we've got 3 people. Okay. Let's jump to the finishing area, which is over here. There's some
That was a good
people
time.
Firing some celebratory fireworks. And then let's see who our winners were. We got a big oops because I failed.
I also got a big
Okay.
oops.
Oh man, that's bad. Yeah, so number 1 is DMM. Number 2 is a guest. Number 3, who's this? Is this Sync? This is Sync from our Discord. Sync is so much better at games than-
Congratulations.
Yeah, Sync is so much better at games than me, and I'm always like making games that they're beating me at. But look, we got a little party happening. We're jumping around.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm in the jumpy party.
Yay! Yeah, so the
That
game's
was
resetting. now.
wonderful.
Yeah,
so
that is
that's pretty much it.
super
so yeah,
impressive.
if you want to use Big Bang to build stuff for Global Game Jam, or we can go back to party mode. If you want to use Big Bang to build for Global Game Jam, we've got a specific channel in our Discord. That's .bigbang.com/Discord. We've got a whole bunch of example games and getting started stuff and a whole bunch of other things there. And yeah, I mean the whole reason that we built this really was, just tools are so slow these days. It's really frustrating sometimes to just try and build something, and by the time you've had an idea, it's the kind of times pass, right? But I think being able to just like hit edit and edit the game,
Yeah.
you can't really go faster than that. So yeah, so I think that's the thing that we wanted to show today, and
Very,
if
very
anything,
cool.
We went faster than I thought we would. So yeah,
No, that
please,
is
come and-
awesome.
Yeah, come and hang out in our Discord, join this game, and yeah, that's everything we had to show you today.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for sponsoring the show. Where can people check out outside of the Game Jam? Where can people check out more about Big Bang?
Yeah, so you can just go to .bigbang.com, and right there, you can just build games from the front page once you sign up.
Awesome.
We also have another URL which is pretty funny called game.new, and once you've signed up, you can just type game.new in your browser and make a game.
Hell yeah.
It's
Oh, wonderful.
instantaneously quick to make stuff.
I love
It's
those.
we do a ton of stuff in our Discord, so we do weekly art challenges. Everything in this game, every single object is made just in the browser in our tools. We've got a voxel object editor to make all the objects. We've got coding tools to do all the coding. Yeah, and we're in Discord, like the developers. I wrote a bunch of the code on the project, so it's people who actually make games helping you out doing stuff. And yeah, that's the thing. So .bigbang.com/Discord, and then we've got a whole bunch of Global Game Jam content in there. But yeah, I think if anything, we went too fast, so we'll try and go slower. Yeah, and then I think we are going to do a couple more streams in this week. We did a whole bunch of streams on the kind of lead up there, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So
very
I'm gonna
cool.
Get out of.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. And
Thanks so much for the show.
See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
That's super inspiring.
It is. It was so quick.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Welcome, Mary.
Hi,
Hello.
everybody.
We just
I was-
played a video game that was made in 5 minutes.
It was
That is
great.
incredible. Yeah, I was watching you and I was like, wow, I'm glad no one can see how bad I am at video games because you all were killing it.
I did not make it to the end. In my defense, I was on mobile. Okay, not a
Yeah.
mobile
Okay.
gamer.
Yeah.
That's
Made it
what
to
I'm
the
telling
end on
myself.
desktop.
Yes.
I mean,
That's why you got through.
multitasking in general.
Yeah.
It's like so much.
No, you're giving me too much credit. Very, very cool, though. I think for our next segment, we're going to jump in and actually talk to the Global Game Jam founders, I believe, and have a chat with them about everything Global Game Jam, if they're ready to join us.
Yeah, and I will be popping off, so I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you, Mac. Thanks for the help. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today?
Very good. Can you hear me?
Very good. Yeah, happy to be here. That's a nice
Yes.
surprise.
How are you feeling about the reveal? How do you feel about the response so far?
Super. Every time we had a reveal, it was always that excitement, and we've always had amazing themes, which is something that I've been so proud of over the years.
Yeah, and I just want to mention this is something you have to be kind of old to get. Maybe Susan or Ian can back me up on this, but Roots was a TV show in the 80s, and it
Yes.
was named so because it was about the history of slavery in America. And one of the stars in that show, actually a bunch of stars in that show, ended up later being part of Star Trek: The Next Generation. So LeVar Burton, who played Commander Geordi LaForge, who was the chief engineer on Star Trek, got his start from that show, Roots. So a lot of connections there.
I did see some people say that in the chat, and I had not heard of Roots. But that's an interesting one because there's nothing stopping people from going with the TV show as a theme either, right? I guess like that's
Well, it was
could be wild.
It was like a mini series about what happened, because education in the United States about our bad history isn't always what we talk about. So
It's true.
yeah, so it was like an awakening for people. So I think Roots is an amazing theme, and additionally, like everyone said, there's so many different ways you could go with it, and we can have a lot of fun. I could totally see a whole bunch of dungeon crawlers too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's also today there's so much about climate change, right? So that's Roots, I think, is very strong there. And I'm a migrant myself, so I think about what are your roots once you travel to a new place, a new country. What does roots mean? So, yeah, I think it's a really strong theme.
You always look like a Viking, no matter where you go.
I'm sorry. I know.
Can't escape it.
Very strong roots right there.
Reinvading the UK.
So can you guys tell us, now that we have you all together, a little bit about how Global Game Jam started to begin with for anyone who's not aware?
Susan, take it.
Yeah.
So I was sitting in a talk at a conference on Gotland in Visby, and they had a presentation from the Nordic Game Jam, and I had never, I had been in education, and I had never heard of a game jam before, and this is 2008, and they made the most incredible games in the course of 48 hours. And so I walked up to the guys from the Nordic Game Jam afterwards, and I'm like, I have this crazy idea. And they all looked at me like I was insane. But then Gorm kind of came over and said, I'd like to talk to you some more about this. And we had a conversation, and it kind of exploded. Then I came home from Sweden, talked to Ian, and then Ian was like, I'm down, and got him involved. Then we had our first, Skype call, because we were very big on Skype then. And we had our first Skype call, and somehow we came up, we were trying to figure out the name of what we were going to be. And I remember we batted around a whole bunch of things, but when Global Game Jam kind of came together, I think we knew that was it. Like, we kind of like, boom, we got it. And then, I was kind of going blindly at putting this all together because I really didn't know anyone who had made a game jam before. So I talked to the people who had done experimental game jam, and then I used my entire network. And while using my network, I was on another Skype call, and Fouad was on the call from UC Santa Cruz and was telling, oh, I could help you. Oh, I could help you. And then I wrangled him in, and we've never let him go.
Yeah.
That's the beginning.
Very cool. And how long has it been running for now?
Well, so we got together in 2008. So 15 years since we started the idea. And then, it just has grown exponentially year after year. And it is really thanks to the people that have participated in the Game Jam, but I have to give the guys, they really kind of helped really tighten up what the Game Jam was going to be. Power of just, good hearts and a lot of great intentions. And we figured it out somehow. Like, we had no idea what we were doing on trying to do it on a global level. And I remember telling Fouad, I have no idea how we're going to upload all those games. Like, I had no clue. But anyway, Fouad has a short little slideshow of major things that have happened. So we can give you a little play-by-play.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's just a really short thing. But before we start, does this shirt look familiar to you?
I was thinking.
Whoa, retro.
Oh, wow.
The
Yeah.
one and
I have
only
mine.
shirt
I have
that
mine.
we ever made.
I'm not sure what mine is. It's
Almost falling, but you can't see it, but it's totally yellowing and everything. It's ridiculous.
I put mine in like a vacuum bag, and I've had it. It's still in its pristine white. I've never worn it.
You should get it framed. I have this this God of War dev team shirt in a frame right here because I was like, I don't want to wear it out. I would totally. They have these like picture frames for t-shirts that are awesome. Like, that seems like something. You're bold to be wearing it. To be honest, I'd be like, no, let's treasure it forever.
I was wearing mine for years. I had no idea this was going to last this long.
Yeah, the first year we were able to send things out. Afterwards, it became impossible.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
So this is just a couple highlights. I mean, there's so much we could say on this, but just some highlights. As Susan said, founded in 2008. We were part of a organization called IGDA, International Game Developers Association. Everybody was really a member of that to begin with. We had our first jam in 2009. It was crazy. 50 sites. We thought that was huge. It was already like the biggest thing even then. And I remember Susan keeping track of everything on Microsoft Excel, and we didn't even have individual people registration because I basically had like 3 days to make uploading and registration and stuff work, and it was just insane. So we we did that. It went great. Everybody loved it. Got a lot of publicity. We did it again the next year. In 2012, we got out of IGDA and we became our own independent nonprofit corporation. Which you talked to the board of directors before. That is who governs Global Game Jam now as a nonprofit. And 2020, we hit 118 countries, and that's almost 1,000 sites, 900 and some odd sites, and almost 50,000 people. And we're doing great to get back after pandemic to those levels. But I'm looking forward to us beating that maybe the next year or so.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the four of us are the founders. I'm kind of a late founder. But there's so many other people. I honestly don't have time. We don't have any, to name all the names. But I really want to give a shout out to all these people: Romana Khan, Zoraida Buder, Giselle Rosman, Joe Summers, Lori Clogie, Ilanka Dunnan, Kate Edwards, Seven Siegel, Bruna De Paula, Brian McDonald, Anakaisa Koltima, Sarah Duran, Tim Collins, many others. So many others that gave like free time and energy to this to make it happen. And here I have a little screenshot of what that first web page looked like. You can see that's on my shirt right here. That logo right there. It was bare bones is really understatement. If you want to call it that. But yeah, that's what it was. And for years, the only entertainment we had was I used to put up just like a video of cats just playing, on the front page, and then that was it. While everybody was doing game jams, that's all we had. Now we have great production and Twitch. You remember?
We tried to have GGJ TV where we would have it on here and then there, and I mean, we tried GTJ Radio. We had Thomas Dolby on. I mean, like we experimented with it, as many ideas as people came to us with, and we tried. Everything from GGJ Research to GGJ Close and after parties. I mean,
we get Jam Next.
Yeah, GGJ
Play
Next.
parties. Yeah. That's right. That's right.
We wanted to be a community, and beyond us being a community, we wanted those communities that were initiated in some of these places to get back together again. When we started, there were places that never had any game development before us, and so we traveled to countries where I spoke to the Congress of the country to open up ideas and expand the ideas for game development. I mean, I was in Peru, and there was no game development in Peru. We've had crazy things happen. We had demonstrations and uprisings during game jams. We've had there was a nuclear accident at a game jam.
Wow. Fukushima,
fire. That was the second year, I think.
Yes.
Wow.
They had to evacuate a building because there was a radioactive fire. They had to evacuate into freezing cold. And that did not stop them. They just kept going.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Actually, the Fukushima Game Jam still exists. Separately from the Global Game Jam, but each year now they have a Fukushima Game Jam to commemorate.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, but that outreach really is, as Susan is saying, one of the joys of this. So I remember, Gorm, you went to Cuba, right, to get them.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, that was really good. We've had people just fly all over the place to get them involved because the initial kind of outreach is really key. Because once like a university or an organization kind of buys in, we're not worried about it after that. But that initial one, so countries like Afghanistan that Joe Summers really worked really hard to get, Iraq, all these other places, Egypt, Zimbabwe. So we ended up in 118 countries. That's crazy. That's a lot more than I ever thought was going to happen.
And not only that, we've changed a lot of people's lives. I mean, they first find their love for game development at the Game Jam, or maybe they meet their next partner at the Game Jam or their next business partner. I mean, it's been an evolution of lives come out of the Game Jam. Friends of ours have gotten married from the Game Jam. We had a Game Jam baby once. Somebody was so pregnant, like they were afraid she was going to go into labor, and she was still coding. You know,
that's awesome. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, on speaking of roots, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, I think it's great to see though, because when you leave I also co-founded the Nordic Game Jam, and I was quite nervous when I left that, and they're doing well. And then when we left the Global Game Jam, which is quite a different beast, it seems to me that the Global Game Jam is doing better than ever. The new team is doing incredible work, and I think that's just really nice to see. That's this thing living on, and
My outside perspective is I would totally agree. It seems like such a healthy community of people who are really, really passionate and excited, and it just keeps getting bigger, and it's awesome. I do think what you're doing for involving different countries and different people into game development is incredible, especially now. I think a surprising positive of the pandemic is that a lot more studios are allowing remote work. So, if a Game Jam was introduced into their country and then that's how they learned to code, or that's what inspired them to code, it is actually more accessible for them to get a job full-time in the industry as a result of that. And that's an awesome gift to be giving people, really. It's very, very cool.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of roots, I wanted to quickly talk about this book that is out, the first ever book on game jams that myself and Gorm are a co-author. I know a lot of people, Ian, you have a few books out and everything, but this is my first book, so I'm really proud of it.
Cool. Congrats.
So it's available. Yeah, lots of really, really cool people. All of these people were deeply involved in Global Game Jam. They were co-authors of this. We have some really cool things. Like, speaking of roots, we delved into roots. This is the chapter Gorm and I wrote. Where did game jams come from? What was the origins? We found this right here. This picture is from a game making event at an educational institution, all the way in the 70s. And yeah, picture on the right is from a train jam. A lot of you know train jam. Train jam is a game jam where you actually develop the game in a train, and there's all kinds of crazy places where people develop game jams. So so the book talks about that, and we have some really cool information there for you if you want to check it out. And I shout out to all the authors who helped make this happen. A lot of you know these people: Anna Kaisa, Johanna Pirker, Nia Wern. So thank you.
Very cool. Like you said, it's we're getting a look at the roots.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Global Game Jam, very on brand. Someone in the chat asked for a link for the book. Where's the best place for people to buy it if they want to check it out?
Well, I think Googling it would work. It's on the authors, the Springer Nature website, and also comes up on Amazon. We haven't made a separate website for it. We probably will, in case people want to talk more or talk about things that we could do for next book. So probably Amazon.
Cool.
Perfect.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, thank you all for joining us. Any closing thoughts before we continue the show?
I just want to wish everyone a great jam. I want you all to, make sure you sleep, eat, and be kind and good to one another. That's really all that we can ask for, is continue to build our community and keep our reputation as stellar as when we left it.
Absolutely. And yeah, good luck, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. We
Keep up the good work.
Jumping into the conference trailer now, I believe. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with Coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean Coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow.
Seriously?
Yeah, just $2 is sinking, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
It is a very cool trailer.
Yeah, I love it. It makes me smile.
I thought that even when
Thank
we
you.
started earlier in the show, I was like, it's very, very well done.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tade, to talk to us about Coherence. So,
Thank you.
is
Hi.
the trailer true? Is it really that easy?
Yes, I have a. I made a YouTube video a week ago or so, showing this live. I'm gonna show it live today as well. Actually,
Great.
It seems to be a kind of a theme to make things in 5 minutes.
I love that. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hello.
I'm in Sweden. It's almost 9 here, so I'm getting ready for dinner.
Nice.
It's
Thank you for
dark
joining
and
us.
wet and cold. Thank you. But it's been great watching the show, and I really enjoyed it. And great talk, Mary, earlier. So I wanted to talk to you about Coherence a little bit today. And what is it? So Coherence is a new multiplayer technology created by game developers. So we're a bunch of game developers. We game jam all the time. And game jamming is actually part of our culture at the company as well. And every sprint, the whole company goes into game jamming mode for a week. And we make games with our latest release. So we're very excited to be part of Global Game Jam this year. We're also going to be jamming ourselves. So I'm going to go to London. We have people going to Rome, to Madrid, to, I think, Tartu in Estonia, to all sorts of locations. And
That's
North
awesome.
England and, yeah, Gothenburg. So, yeah, our team speaks multiple languages, obviously. We're
Yeah.
a very distributed team. So we're going to be on site jamming ourselves and also helping out with everything. I think Coherence is the easiest way to create a multiplayer game. I'm gonna show you, and
like
it's
to see
super
it.
flexible, super flexible, and high performance. It's it's a game engine that you can use for all sorts of multiplayer games. We currently have a Unity SDK, so if you're using Unity at the Game Jam and you're thinking about or maybe open to use it doing multiplayer, why not try out Coherence? And you can use it on Windows, Mac, Linux. You can make builds for all these, for WebGL, mobile, VR, whatever. And you can build, deploy, run, and scale, and everything. And coherence.io is our website. And feel free to go there and get a free account. So, of course, Coherence is free to use and free to develop in. And so anybody using it at the Game Jam, you can build your games, you can host them at Coherence, you can share them, you can host WebGL builds and all sorts of things. So you might think, like the trailer said, is it crazy to make multiplayer games at the Game Jam? Well, we are a little bit crazy, but I think I think it's definitely doable. And we actually did a Game Jam in November in Sweden, an invite only to test things out a bit. And we got a bunch of teams coming in and making awesome games, really. And none of them had ever made a multiplayer game before.
Wow.
So in 48 hours, they made quite elaborate games in some cases.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and so if you don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen a
Yes,
little bit.
please. I
You'll
want to
probably
see
be
it.
looking in
Yeah.
weird directions
No,
now
you're
that I
okay.
do that. But let's see if this works. Probably. Well,
Beautiful.
hello. Can you see that?
Mm,
Just
yep.
to be able to guide everybody through it a little bit better. So this is a link I'm going to be sharing in this private chat, and I'd appreciate if somebody could repost in the channels. So this is the video that I mentioned, where in 5 minutes we set up everything. People can also watch it as a tutorial if they want. And why would you use Coherence at Global Game Jam? I think because it's easy, and because this is your chance to make your first multiplayer game, or maybe you've made multiplayer games before and it was hard and you want to see how it goes. And I personally think it's super cool to play online with teammates and friends at jams. You know, you might be jamming at a hybrid site or an online only site, and then you can test things together with your friends.
Yeah.
Try out the new tech. And also, we do realize it's, you already have to make a game. The time is limited. And it is a little bit extra effort, but I think, but only 17 times more, as I say. So we've actually created this challenge where you can people can win from a prize pot of $10,000. So we're going to be giving hardware, software, and stuff like that, whatever people choose, to the top 3 games submitted to it.
So we had people in the chat earlier asking how judging works for this kind of thing. So in this instance, it will be that Coherence, you yourselves will be picking winners. Do you have any criteria that people can look at or strive towards?
Definitely. So we have a few criteria, and we're going to be posting that on our contest page. We're very open about it. So we're going to be looking at innovative use of multiplayer. I'm going to be looking at general game feel, like the coolness factor of a game or fun factor of a game, and also how complete it is compared to others. And we give people actually a week more than the game jam lasts, the global game jam lasts, to if they want to do any last minute changes or polish things up and then submit. And there's an itch.io link at coherence.io/GGJ where you can just enter and submit. And we'll be definitely helping out throughout the coming weeks, not weeks, days, and basically weeks. On our Discord, on our forum, on site, as I said, we'll be there in person and helping out. And well, why don't we just jump straight into Unity and look at how we can actually network something that's single player.
Yeah,
and I have this really simple example here. We have a little character and a little cube there, and you can see the character can move around. And obviously in Unity, you have these prefabs, and prefabs have the rigid bodies and colliders and input scripts and stuff like that. I'm going to just assume that you have something and you've built a single player game before and show you how to make it multiplayer actually. So when you install Coherence, and Coherence is a simple Unity package, the instructions how to install it are very easy to follow on our documentation page. You just open the Coherence Hub, and the Coherence Hub is kind of like the central place where you can control the configuration of multiplayer for your game. And so first of all, I want to set up my scene to support multiplayer. So in the hub, I go under scene, I add a monobridge, I add a live query, I add a sample dialog. See, we provide the sample dialog, 2 different modes, rooms or worlds, but we don't have to go into details now. And now my scene is actually ready to be multiplayer, but I have to look at my character that was moving around earlier. So if I open this character, I see that I added a script called Coherence Sync on it to it. So all I did was add this, and then the prefab itself, if I open this in prefab mode, then we'll show all these different options for configuring multiplayer. We don't have to go into a lot of detail, but just so you know that the character is going to be session-based, but it could also be persistent, so it would remain on the server after we leave. But all I have to do is go to configure, and this character obviously has a position and rotation. So here I can just set up all the fields I want synchronized with the network. I have position, rotation. I could even synchronize methods, make them network commands. And then in components, actually when I log into the game, I have my character, but when somebody else logs in, they have their character. I don't want my movement scripts to move their character as well. So what I want to do is I just tell Coherence to disable these scripts for the remote object. And I do a classic thing with physics. I make the rigid body kinematic. And that's it. And I do the same for the little crate we have there. The crate also has position and rotation. And I can just press play. And I made a build earlier. I'm cheating a little bit because we don't have so much time today.
We won't tell. It's okay.
Yeah. But basically, you can see when I press play, I have these different regions. So I can configure, local or remote servers. I have a Europe server, which I'm going to be using because I'm in Sweden. But we have a US East, US West, and Singapore later, and all sorts of regions. So we're adding. And then you can see if I start a local server, I'll start it here. All of this is included in the package. I can just refresh here and I can see the local server is available. I create a new room, let's say GGJ theme reveal, and create and join it. And now I'm in it. But of course I'm alone because because nobody else has connected. So I'll just use that build I made earlier and connect to the same room and show you the synchronization. So you can see this room is here. I join it and I have these two characters synchronizing. This is how simple it is. And now I can share this build and send it to anybody. There's one fun thing about coherence. Oh, thank you. There's one fun thing about coherence I wanted to show you here because it kind of is related to the diversifier we came up with this year. And so you can see I'm in this Windows build, and I'm in the Unity editor at the same time. And in the Unity editor, I can actually live add stuff from the prefabs. So as you know, somebody in the editor, I can manipulate the game world and mess things up for players. You know, like I can delete things for them. You know, if you're making a platformer, you just delete the platforms that people are jumping on and stuff like that. And this is pretty cool because our diversifier is called Dungeon Master, and it's, just to be clear, it's not required for the actual challenge I talked about earlier, but it's just a cool thing to consider. Like, how about you make a game where one of you is using the editor to manipulate the game world and as a dungeon master, so to say. And in order to make it super easy for people to get started and get familiar with the basic concepts of coherence, we have created this First Steps tutorial. And it's a project that you have the full source code to. I'm going to be posting the GitHub link and the documentation. But how about we all join it live now? So let's see.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'll post the link. So I don't think this will work well on mobile right now because it's WebGL built with Unity. But if you have a desktop computer, you can join one of these worlds here. So this is using a world-based system, so we will all be joining and seeing each other. And if you're joining the Europe server, then you can see me as well. So if I connect here, okay, I'm alone in this one because maybe people are in the different.
I'm coming. I'm coming too.
Are you coming? All right. I can also open the same scene in Unity. So you can see, so here we have a WebGL build, and you can very easily build your game for WebGL and deploy it. Hey, and here you can use Q to wave, emote. You can jump around, and this is just a simple scene that is showing how basic synchronization works. Hey everybody, hey Mika, hey Roy, hey Coley, hey Piamina. So in this scene, we just have the basic stuff. But if we go to physics, now we have to connect again. Here we have a bunch of crates, and it's showing a little bit different things. So all these crates are persistent. So you can see how they snap to a different location when I connect it. And this is because they're persistent. And in our previous demo, in the prep week, we actually moved them around. And I can pick these crates up and go around with them. Let me just go to scenes and open the same scene in the physics. So I can connect from the editor and from WebGL at the same time and just see the interaction happening. Ed is connecting from the editor. I can see these two characters. And one thing here is, you also have this concept of authority. And if I press tab, I can see what different characters have authority over.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
And authority can be transferred, on the fly, basically. Another one, I just wanted to share one more, which is the moving platforms one. And this one is actually super fun if we're several people because we can ride this train around. And this scene will show people how to do parenting in Coherence because you can just, on the fly parent and and parent to different networked objects. And you can see how smoothly this still is, even though the platform is simulated on a different server, on a different client than the actual character is.
Yeah,
And
that's very impressive.
Yeah.
Because thank you, and because this and kudos to the team, by the way, Chiro and Theo and everybody working on this project. They really did a great job. And we have another scene which I promise is the last one I'm gonna show, but it's very relevant to this demo and this year's Global Game Jam, because the theme is actually roots. And this is the only one that actually is a little bit connected to it, because you get to plant flowers, and flowers have roots, right?
Yeah.
And
So I've heard.
so here you can walk around like in the first scene, but if you press play, you can plant a flower, and I can plant. I think we limited it to 30 here, and please don't draw something inappropriate while we're looking at this. With the flowers.
You
today.
shouldn't have said that.
Be
It's
cruel,
too different now.
And if we zoom in, you can see, there's a bunch of people here. Thank you. You can see each of these flowers has a timer on it. And
yeah.
the timer is, when the timer completes, then the flower blooms, and then it will wane next time.
Oh.
And even if I disconnect from the game, the flowers are still there, even though I created them, right?
Wow.
And so we're building this world that everybody can partake in, also asynchronously if they're not there at the same time. And even the flowers that I'm not in this correct scene. Let's see. But it's cool to see that people were in that one as well. But you can see these flowers now have the state they're supposed to have.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's kind of cool. And yeah. Thank you guys for joining this. I'll be posting the rest of the links, including, let's just post GitHub link to it, and the documentation, and the documentation to Coherence itself. And here we have a few of these useful resources, the docs, the Coherence Discord. I'm posting into the internal chat. I hope somebody is reposting it. And we also have a channel at the Global Game Jam Discord called Coherence, where our colleagues and me included will also be paying attention and trying to answer any questions you might have. We have this 5-minute multiplayer setup video that I shared earlier. I will share it again. And yeah, join us this year, and we're so excited about this. I'm always looking for excuses to join Global Game Jam and make time for it. So this is a great excuse for us. Go to coherence.io/GGJ. As said, you have a chance to win some really nice prizes. The diversifier called Dungeon Master that is going to be part of your drop-down when you're submitting is not required, but could be really cool. So if you want to use the editor to as kind of like a mechanic in your game, we'll be very excited about that as well. And yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for showing. What a fascinating tool. It's just so great. I wish I'd had it in grad school, because I wanted to play multiplayer games and it was way too hard. So thank you so much for showing it to us and letting me run around and bounce in it and just having a good time in there. Thank you so much, Tade.
Thank you so much for having me, and hope you have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
And don't forget, everybody, to jam and to register at theglobalgamejam.org. See ya.
Perfect.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks so much. So next up, we will be hearing from Autodesk. So that is next in our roster. Stick around.
Hi, Global Game Jam. Hagen from Autodesk here, the 3D software company behind Maya, 3ds Max, and many other softwares. This year, we had the privilege of sponsoring the Global Game Jam Accessibility Fund. And I don't need to tell you the baseline value accessibility has on making games and fostering community. Needless to say, I am so happy we were able to hopefully further lower any barriers between people and making games this year. I've been jamming since 2011, and looking back on my creative career, game jams played a hugely integral role in that journey. So good luck this 2023 Global Game Jam season, and I look forward to jamming right next to y'all virtually. Take care.
Everyone's so nice. The vibes are so good. Hello and welcome. Who do we have joining us? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of lag, but we can hear you.
Okay. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, hope you all are fine. So I'm
Very well,
from
thank
Sri
you.
Lanka. I mean,
Yeah, so we're doing a community spotlight with you here today, where we just wanted to talk about your experience with Game Jam and how you're feeling about the theme reveal and what you're looking forward to this year.
yeah. Actually, actually in 2019, I just participated in a competition that was in social media. So I didn't know that was Global Game Jam. I just went and participated. So that time I was making games for hobby. I'm also a teacher for game making. So
Awesome.
I just went there and without no experience, and I didn't have any knowledge about how to make a game. So
Wow.
in 48 hours I have to join. I have to make the game. So in Sri Lanka there are they are in game industry, most of them are men. So they didn't want a girl to participate in their competition, and they didn't take me for their groups like in for team. So the the organizer, he asked me to do it alone, and you just do it. So then I researched in 48 hours everything, like took notes
Whoa.
and found a free version how to do a free trial. So then when took notes, everything, just cut off my lunch, breakfast, everything, and did it, and I won prize in that.
That's incredible. That you've made me tear up. That's amazing. Basically, the
Yes.
boys wouldn't take you, so you just learned how to do 100% of it yourself. Like that's
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh, thank you. I got a lot of confidence in that.
Yeah.
So actually, I had a dream to make a game, but I didn't know that time there is an industry called game industry. So I just want to make a game because I'm also a gamer. So
Sure.
and then after that I research about game industry. What is that? Is there any place so I can go and make games? Then I found a global game jam in the internet, in social media. Then I asked next year, like, I asked the organizer, can I join without any experience? I have only made one game. They said yes, you can come. And then I made the first game in global game jam in 2022, and there was an error in the first stage, and I made it again and it was working. So I was so happy, like, I made two games without no help, and in
Wow.
48
That's
hours we have to
wonderful.
do that. So I got like and they in global game jam they gave me a certificate that was like, I was so happy, and that is for innovative collaboration and creativity. So yeah, and that was awesome. I love that. Then again I researched everything about game, and I got a job to do the quality assurance in game Shadows Edge.
Amazing.
Yeah, in LinkedIn. So when I was searching that, so I researched for that, and in 3 days I think I have to submit that work. So I that was okay, and I got experience in that. So again came to the in 2021, again I want to become a organizer for global game jam next for kids. So, and
Hmm.
I have lot, like, I knew I'm also a teacher, so I knew a lot of kids, they like games. So I requested them to join, and only I did it online, and that was successful. And in 2023, again, I want to do it again, and I want to do it in hybrid, like two modes, from in person and also online. So I got the opportunity this time, and I'm glad to do that. And in this year, 2023, I was selected as a mentor in International Game Developers Association. So I was so
Amazing.
happy. Like, now I can guide someone to the industry how to find a job, and I
Wow.
can
Yeah.
help others. And now I'm making, like, I am sometimes I'm volunteering as a game making teacher for kids, so they will get to know how to make games.
That's incredible. We need more people
Yeah,
like you. All of that is
absolutely.
amazing. So what is the industry like in Sri Lanka, which is where you're from, and what do you think are some avenues for kids or other women to get involved in the games industry there?
Um, yeah, women, and I think women, compared to like males, men are there are most of the men are in the game industry here.
Sure.
I would encourage women to come without like any knowledge in game industry, but you should have a passion.
Yeah.
And yeah, you should be positive, and you should like put a lot of effort to learn by yourself. Then I can help you from my side. I know like how to make a CV, how to find a job, like that I can help you. And also I can teach kids how to make games, like using Scratch. A kid without any knowledge, I think they can start with the Scratch. There's a
Yeah.
platform called Stretch. They
Mhm.
can go there, and Unity. Yeah, I think Unity and other platforms also okay.
Very, very, very cool. So how long have you been playing games for, just out of curiosity? And what's your favorite game?
My favorite game is Mario, and other games also. I like other games also, and car games especially.
Very cool.
What
So
kind
what
of
was?
games? Oh,
Oh, sorry,
ahead.
I was going to ask a similar question. I think. Go ahead, Mac.
I was going to say, what kind of games are the ones that you're creating yourself?
Sorry.
What kind
What
of
kind
games
of?
are you creating?
I'm creating educational and entertainment games for kids and adult learners. I just researched a lot about uh, anything, a subject, for example, how to protect our nature or environment,
Sure.
and I just research on that topic, and I go through every syllabus for small children and for adults, and make a game, mix every like all the lessons in that, uh, and when you're playing that game, you will get a knowledge.
Very
I
cool.
have
Absolutely.
created, if you want I can share that with you. I have 3 games you can.
That
Yeah,
sounds awesome. Yeah, I'd
please
love to see
do.
them. Yeah, if you can. We do also have a community spotlight where you are featured on the Global Game Jam website, which is awesome. But for anyone who's interested in your help, how can they actually reach out to you? What's the best way to do that?
You can reach out to me through email or LinkedIn.
Mhm. Very cool. Are you excited about the theme of Roots this year?
Yes.
Definitely a fun one. I'm excited to see what people come up with.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas that come to your mind for Roots?
I don't know. Really, I don't know.
It's so
That's fair
broad.
enough. Everybody's got time to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can, we'll track down some links to where we can let people check out the stuff that you've worked on. But it's a very cool story. I definitely love the idea of, if you want to get involved in something, just learn how to do it and
Yep.
do it in your own time, and you don't need to know anything to get started. Because I think the starting part is the really scary part. But it sounds
Yep.
like you were just like, nope, I'm not scared. I'm gonna do it, and I
And
absolutely
then
love that. It's
you did.
such a cool story.
Yes, even though I had a lot of barriers in like universities, I want to do a degree in games. So I went for a university, and in that university, the particular lecturer was like harassing girls. So I didn't go to that. So he like expect a lot of sexual favors from ladies. So I couldn't
Whoa.
go there. So just drop it, and I didn't know actually what to do. Then I researched from the internet and self learn. Everything is self learn. Like, then I'm so happy now I can teach any others how to come to this industry.
Incredible. It's just
Yeah.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God. You make me want to be a better person. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And thank you for all that you're doing in Sri Lanka. That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, and good luck in the
so
jam.
much. And I'm very happy that I'm an organizer in Global
Yeah.
Game Jam, and now especially I'm doing for kids age group 6 to 16.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, and I told them about this, and they are very happy, and they have a lot. I think they are ready to come do this event.
Oh,
Very,
yeah.
very, very cool. Well, it's an awesome initiative, and I love the idea of kids getting involved top to bottom. There are so many kids who are clearly interested in game dev but don't know where to start, and
Yep.
yeah, it's definitely just an absolutely awesome thing to do. So thank you for joining us, and have an awesome rest of the
Thank you so
few
much.
weeks. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice
Bye.
day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
What an inspiring story.
I honestly want to cry. My God.
Same.
That's incredible. She's made 3 games and she just did it by herself where she couldn't get help otherwise. I'm just like,
Right.
dude, like it's just
Learning from the ground up. And it just shows that like the entry point, anyone can do it. There's so many resources to get started and learn how.
totally, yeah. And like she said, I think passion's really important. Once you have
Oh, yeah.
passion, you'll figure it out and you'll get through it. And man, like that genuinely made me really emotional. I'm like, oh my God. Okay. So next up from our community spotlight, we are talking to Hrizzy. I'm hoping that I'm saying that correctly, who has 4 years of experience participating and being a coach in the Global Game Jam, if they are ready to join us. There you are. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Welcome.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Ilyas Hrizzy. I am from Tunisia, and I am the team lead of the department, the virtual reality, augmented reality in DJR Living Lab. So this is me, and I will talk today about the experience that I had in the Global Gaming Jam and the impact that I has since 2018. I guess I had from 2018 until now, 3 years of experience as a participant, and now I found myself in the team of the organizer of the Global Gaming Jam in Tunisia here in DJR
Wonderful.
by NetInfo. So yeah, I can start with I will talk a little bit about my experience in Global Gaming Jam. So in 2018, I was like discovering the university. This was my first year as a university, and I was like discovering the community stuff, etc. So I knew my teacher, which is the founder of DJR Living Lab. She told us about the Global Gaming Jam and creating game. I was surprised. How can we, as you know, 18 years old, creating video games. This is not impossible. This is not possible. So I participate. I have seen a lot of skills around creating games, and I was impacted from all the participants. Everyone talk about some skills, and he has like each one has some skills. Someone do music, other do sketching, creating 3D environment. Some of them is a developer, and me as a software engineering, I was like, okay, that's cool. Let's create a game and let's start doing this with other guys. So yeah, I discovered how to create video games with the Global Game Jam, and I was participating from 2018 until now. And in 2020, I guess, and with the coronavirus, etc. So I started being a coach. Okay, so because we prepare the Global Gaming Jam, and after that, I discovered in DJR Living Lab they bring kids to impact them to the Global Gaming Jam next. It was amazing. So in the Global Gaming Jam in this year, we bring kids to see how the production stuff going and how they people creating sketches, other developing the projects, some of them creating the environment, and we coach them and we prepare them to the Global Game Jam next. Okay, so yeah, basically this is the experience that I had in the Global Gaming Jam, and also the fact that you impacting kids or impacting people around you from the industry, from any fields. It's amazing. So also we bring it's my medicines. We bring doctors, teachers, researchers to see how they can create a video game for social impact, and that will be helpful in the industry. So basically, the experience that I had from the Global Gaming Jam, and we as the DG Art Living Lab, it's like tradition in our structure to participate and to bring people to discover the world of creating a video games. So this is our main objective. We used games for social impact, for advertisement, for creating some project for teaching, for schools, and for the university, just to tell them that to create a video game, it's not something impossible. So you need some skills to have, like social impact. Maybe you are just a doctor who have the idea of creating a video game, for example, for your patients, and I don't know. So this is the idea, and we as DigiArt Living Lab try to guide them to how to create a gamified video game for their I don't know, their medicine process, or I don't know. So this is the main objective of our structure. So yeah, and the social impact things and how we can impact people made us like creating a lot of program during creating video games and creating. Now we have the concept of the metaverse, so we're creating some games using the metaverse, etc. And I will be happy to share with you our last program that we are doing right now, which is the Africa Metaverse. So if I have the permission to share with you the website, so
Yeah, please do.
I will share. I will share the link here. I think in the comment section, or I can paste it in directly in.
Yeah, if you paste it in the perfect, and then we can get that link out to
So-
all of our streams.
I will share my screen to show you the website. So this is the Africa Metaverse. It's totally free program for young talent for all the Africa, not only for Tunisia. So this is the big impact now we are working on, and we have like 300 talents around this program to produce their prototype of video game during the storytelling of Africa. So in Africa we have a lot of storytelling, lot of amazing stories. Each country has their own story. So we are now start to produce the metaverse, who will give you the opportunity to see all the African storytellings together with a lot of programs. So I invite everyone from the Global Gaming Jam, from the community around this program, Global Gaming Jam. You can see and produce your game. You can learn. You can have all the ideas about creating a video game. And this year, the theme, I was like surprised about roots. Oh my God, I was like thinking from now how we can produce this word to a video game. So I will try to implement it into this program, the Africa Metaverse Tribe. I invite you guys also to see the final result. I think in 3 months, I guess. So here we have all the necessary informations to know about this program, because we are supported by Epic Games, Mega Grants, and we will give you like the metaverse that everyone who now waited for. Not maybe it will be inspiring for other countries. I don't know, but here we have like the first step to see Africa producing their metaverse and producing the video games. So
Awesome.
yeah, and also here for this Global Game Jam, I invite you guys. We have DJR TV Lab YouTube channel. We will see here all the project during this theme, which is Roots and the Global Game Jam. So I invite you guys to see what's will Africa or Tunisia and DJR TV Lab can provide for kids and people, the opportunities that everyone will have to see how can Africa create video games. So basically, this is us. This is what we do. I'm so happy to be one of the team of organizer in the Global Game Jam here in Tunisia with the DJR TV Club by the first 3D school in Africa, which is 3D Net Info. So I'm glad that I am one of their team. I'm glad that I am here with you guys, with the Global Game Jam managers, and I'm happy to share my experience with all the community that they are now see us in Twitch or in YouTube channel. So thank you guys for doing this for the community. Thank you guys for give us the opportunity to discover our skills and discover our passions, because now I am virtual reality developer and augmented reality developer, but I started creating the video game to understand how the industry it's work. So yeah, that's basically, this is it.
No, thank you. What you've done here is awesome. You took something that inspired you and made it accessible to more people and kids. And I wanted to ask, what's it been like transitioning from somebody who participated in game jams to being a coach? Has that been a weird experience?
The fact is to share your knowledge, to share your experience with all the community is something like it's more important than me creating video games. So if you want to expect someone with your experience, with your knowledge, to share with them all the resources that you use to learn how to create a video game, and you see how happy they are. So this is the most important thing, and this is what made you the best person that you are now. So
totally agree.
I love coaching, I love teaching, I love to share my knowledge for the community. Also, I'm coaching and teaching kids to participating in the Global Game Jam, and we are a team now in the DJR TV Lab. All of them have different skills. We try to give them the opportunity to participate and to make their own games. Now we have we have a lot of I remember in 2018 I see the kids who's asking us what we are doing, what we are producing, and now those kids is capable to join the Global Game Jam. Not next, but now they grow up. Now they can participate, and I am so excited to see their production, their team, their final result in this Global Game Jam. So we discovered them as teenagers. They can't participate in the Global Game Jam, but they have the possibility to participate in the Global Game Jam next. So now they will participate in the Global Game Jam, and I can't wait for the next week actually. So to see them, to give them the theme, and maybe they are here watching somewhere, but I think they will be like excited to participate and to share with them the knowledge and how to create a video game with the new participating. I don't know. So there is a lot of
really cool. Absolutely. I feel like kids are so creative and they can come up with different things and draw from experiences. So to see how kids interpret Roots and want to create a game from it is going to be different than how we do. So
they give us the idea to produce our video game. So I remember in 2019, I remember that one kid that inspired us to create this game, which is around the people, family, etc. He gave us the idea, and we put his name in our presentation and in our demo. So we have I think this guy will participate this year, and I will be happy to catch him technically because he gave us the idea. Now we should give him back how to his video game. So yeah,
very cool.
Yeah.
Well, Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all of your work. It sounds incredible, and I'm really, really excited to see what comes out of it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and have an awesome week.
See you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
The Global Game Jam guys, and see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
Before we jump into our next segment, again, another incredible person. This is giving me more faith in humanity.
Yes,
I'm like, wow, people really are nice.
Inspiring me.
I just wanted to do a quick read of the sponsors for this year's Global Game Jam. Our headliners are Dot, Big Bang, and Coherence, who we already saw a little bit from and were incredibly impressive. The empowers are Crazy Games, Yahaha, Google Firebase, and Photon. Our diversifiers are from Unity, InWorld, Global Engagement Center of the US Department of State, Cubes, UK Games Fund, GitHub, and Avaturn. The accessibility fund is Autodesk. Global promotion is Intel and SideFX. Products or services are Plus Music, AWS for Games, Incredibuild, Weaver, Microsoft/Xbox, Hyperpad, Construct, and Yo-Yo Games. And promotional partners are DDM, Nimble Giant, Geopipe, Richcast, and Procedural Worlds. And now I believe we are jumping into a video that's another community spotlight from Saudi Arabia.
Alaikum. Welcome to the 2023 Global Game Jam all the way from Saudi Arabia. My name is Masha'il Abu Al-Naja, and I have been the site organizer for Jeddah for the last 6 years, including 2023. And I have the absolute privilege of being the regional organizer for this year, as for GCC countries and Southwest Asia. In Saudi Arabia, we are witnessing the huge rise of the gaming industry. However, before the existing of that, we had the many amazing, talented, and exceptional individuals who led us to reach this point. So, a few numbers from my side. Last year, as of Global Game Jam 2023, we had 9 cities participating from Saudi Arabia alone, with a total of 79 games as an outcome. For this year of 2023, we have 10 cities participating, and I cannot wait to show you what they have for this year. As the jam date approaches, I just wanted to remind you that making history within 48 hours requires for you to sleep, eat, and hydrate very well. Don't forget also to have tons of fun and meet a lot of people. I wanted to show you some of the games we have in Saudi from local devs. And without further ado, hello world, this is Global Game Jam Saudi, and see you next week.
Oh, that was so cool. Seeing all the games, the colors, the music. Oh, it's just fantastic. So obviously that was a wonderful community spotlight, and we are now having another community spotlight, this time from the Netherlands. And we are going to hello.
Hello, how are you?
Great. How are you doing? Could
I'm
you
perfect.
please tell us all about you? Tell us your name, what you're working on. Tell us what we're about to look at.
So I'm Telman. I'm from TU Game Dev. We are a student team based in the Technical University of Eindhoven, but our community is open to all game developers in the Netherlands and especially university students. I think we're going to have our Discord link pop in the chat in a minute. If you're a student in the Netherlands that is interested in the game development, you're welcome to join our Discord and welcome to join any of our events. In order to introduce our community, I believe we created a video, and if you could watch that, that would be really good.
Absolutely.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oh, didn't see you there. Hi everyone, my name is Ongun, and I'm a third-year computer science student here at the Eindhoven University of Technology, and I'm a team lead of TU Game Dev. We are a student team focused on video game development, and our team has members from a wide range of disciplines such as psychology and technology, industrial design, and computer science. Our goal is to bring together students passionate about making games and give them the tools to realize their vision and learn about the industry. We achieve this by organizing different learning experiences crafted with the students' needs in mind. It is really important to us that students have professional opportunities for professional development. Some of the things we organize include game dev teams, which are yearly projects where teams use the skill they learned to develop their own game, or game jams like this one, Global Game Jam 2023, and lectures from industry professionals, and so on. This is a very special year for us because it is our first time ever hosting a Global Game Jam site. But we really believe that as a community are ready to take on this challenge. Our members are more than ready ever to work on different challenges, whether these are personal or technical, broaden their horizons with working and interacting with other jammers, and most importantly, develop some games and have fun. We hope that this year's Global Game Jam is the starting of something very exciting, and not only for TU Game Dev, but for all game developers in Eindhoven and all your students in the Netherlands. We are not only here to talk about our community, but we also want to show games we have developed. Here are some games.
Netherlands is an increasingly aging population.
Hi, it's me again. We hope you enjoy your showcase. We believe that the gaming industry is one of the most exciting and fast-paced industries out there, and we are honored to be a part of it. We are committed to creating high-quality games that are not only fun to play, but also push the boundaries of what is possible. Thank you for your time, and hope to see you soon.
It's wonderful to see so many students create such awesome games.
Yeah, that's so great. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Oh, I love these community spotlights. It's so great to see what all of these people coming together to create such different things, but and they all look fun. I want to play
Yes.
them all.
There was a couple I was like, ooh, what's that one?
Yeah, me too. I was very leaning in. It was great.
Thank you for allowing us to be here, and we would like to thank our regional manager Thomas Seger for helping us with everything, and thanks for everyone in the Global Game Jam team for working. It's now 3.5 hours, so good luck with the rest of the scheme.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Okay, and next up, we have another community spotlight, which is awesome always.
Always.
This time we will be talking to Mika from Finland.
He's the co-founder and developer of Boom Corp. Hi, welcome.
Hello, Global Game Jam. Hello, Mary. Hello, Mac. And I guess I'm going to start with thank you, team, and thank you everyone who Tim mentioned. It's going to be long, so that's going to be like it for start. But yeah, my name is Miikka Harjuntausta, developer and co-founder at Boom Corp Finland, and a big game jam enthusiast. So this night has been exciting for me. I started my game jams in 2010 with Finnish Game Jams, which is also part of the Global Game Jam family. And Finnish Game Jam is happening this year as well, but we are doing a little bit of our own thing, or we're going to stay in the weekend style. So we're going to do our game jam, but it's going to be basically starting from next week's Friday. So this was a kind of early call for that. And that also like puts people in two camps, because like some of the people participated this event as well, but a lot of them are also trying now to avoid hearing the theme of the jam, because somehow the theme, like the reveal of the theme, it is a nice like event, and I'm really glad I got to participate it. But made me think like, should I like close my ears and pretend that I didn't hear it, or what do I do? But
I was just about to ask your reaction on the theme, and let's dig into the theme. And I'm like, just in case.
I love hearing like how the theme come up, and like I think I joined through Twitch chat like most of the time, and of course everything what happened on the screen, and also looking forward to rest of the countries coming up. So I'm trying to keep mine at the 10 minutes. And a little bit more about jam history, or the Finnish Game Jams, how it started. Or I heard that people were like gathering up for a weekend to try and make a game, which sounded like crazy in many ways. I didn't know what to think about it. So my first game jam actually started by me just going there, look like what's happening in here. And it was kind of like magic, because back then I didn't really know what is capable to do in what kind of a time, and definitely the weekend time frame sounded like not doable and
madness
in many ways. But it happened, and the structure, the 48 hours was also something that like worked really well, and it's something that has been going on like ever since here in Finland and in many places. I think 48-hour jams are the jams I most participated in. I've lost count, but there's been over 40 game jams, most in Finland, but then also around the world. And I guess I can give some shout outs, or I figured I might. Some of the jams are still going, and some of the jams have been something that happened maybe only once, and then they are more like they may happen or may not happen.
Yeah.
If I add more links, from the channel, I guess I shared like Boom Corp Finnish Game Jam. Yeah, that's a good one. because Finnish Game Jam link through that if you are interested. We started doing our jams in hybrid since the 2020.
Right.
And our platform has also been Twitch and Discords. And Finnish Game Jam is not only one site. We have, I think I'm losing count of those as well, but I'm going to say over 10 sites around Finland. And we all work kind of like from the one Discord channel and one Twitch channel, or at least last year, those were the main channels. I'm not completely sure what's going to happen because I never been the organizer, or I never take the title of organizer. I just come and see what's up, have good time, and then like doing that again and again.
Has anything surprised you about pulling all this together and all these people together?
Yeah.
You know, now that you've been to you're kind of the jam expert at this point. So
I think every jam like surprises me in many ways. Global Game Jam is special in a sense that they try to make the network like go around the world, and I think they succeeded like really well. And it's also interesting to see how people have it. They all have their different kind of way of like participating in the Global Game Jam. In Finnish Game Jam, most of the time we were also just interested seeing the theme and seeing the video, pre-recorded videos based on the theme or what were played on the theme announcement. Or usually before COVID times, it was like a web page that was updated and there was the videos, videos ready for you. And in Finland, we always at least hear the theme, probably not at the same time that it's announced. It's usually based on our games that we play at the start of the jam, or everyone who came to the jam site. We first started doing little like workshops and kind of games where we got a little bit known or learn to know each other a bit. Because in the early days, I knew few friends who invited me there, but through the years I've been starting to know more people, or the jam events in Finland for me are like a part like go see hello the old friends, and then part seeing the new people coming in. And it seems like there's always new people coming in, or these jams are growing, and the concept of jam is really good to kind of challenge you. And you can also pick the aspect of how you're going to challenge yourself. Is it going to be that you want to try something new tech-wise, or is it just that you are like challenging yourself socially? Or for me, I think in the recent jams, I've been trying to challenge myself more team-wise and technology-wise, like doing these hybrid things, and also finding people who I may have not worked before. Or most of my 40 game jams, I have had people with me who we've been making games for a long time. And Boom Corp is also built through people who I had plenty of jams before actually starting
Do
the
you
company.
have like any like big challenges that arose in past game jams that you were able to like problem solve and get through? Like what's the biggest one that comes to mind?
Challenge. Since game jams are successive, in a sense, it's up to you, like what do you put up as the like challenge level, I guess.
Sure.
But if I go through like different approaches I've seen, when I've been mentoring game jams, I usually always say that if because sometimes when you start making games, it's really common, especially if you're a player, you know games, you have plenty of ideas in your head, and you might build a concept that it's just way too big to do in the time frame that's set for the jam, and that is completely okay. And I think that's also part of the jam experience. And when I've been mentoring in schools where there has been more like visual practices of making stuff, where it's not possible maybe to make the interactive experience, I try to get people to make still maybe a presentation of the game, a concept of the game that will be watched then at the end of the jam. Or in Finnish game jams, there are two like key moments or some special moments that I really enjoy. It's always like the starting day and then the finishing day and the last hour after the end, because we always have the stage presentations of their like final products. And at the same kind of in the start, but in the starting day, we actually do game pitches. So people, when we have had all the games, brainstorms around the theme, then we take, I think it's 3 minutes, or it might be even shorter, depends on who's running it. Sure. Short pitches for everyone, and then we see like which ideas get themes and what happens with them, and that's usually the exciting starting moment, and then exciting final moment, seeing then people coming up and saying like what was the challenge they took on and what game of it. And it's usually really fun as well. Or like game jams are these small creations that are most of them done kind of for those magical small moments, which also makes me a little bit sad because there's so much stuff that kind of like gets in the history. Video is the best. Like game jams that have any kind of video recording of the thing that they made usually last the longest. Like tech-wise, like tech gets old. It might be impossible, even if you work with common engines like Unity. Like if we get enough versions up ahead, I think the like jam games stop working at some point. And but video has been through the years something that is what I would recommend for documenting the final thing.
What do you think makes a good theme as well? I feel like that the idea of coming up with a theme is so broad. So what, in your experience, really kind of helps both root, but kind of but also let everybody kind of off the leash a little bit to really flex their creativity?
In Ludum there's a voting system. Ludum Dare is, I think, a jam that has been going. They have the only title of ongoing jam that might be older than the global game. There's must be more, but in my knowledge, Ludum Dare has the same concept, and they do choose a theme by voting different things. But it's just a suggestion. Like I don't think it needs to be perfect, and there's no such thing as a perfect theme. So whoever like makes whatever, I think it's fun and cool. From theme announcement, I remember like in Finland we always watch the whole program, but I was once mentoring in art school in Haifa, Israel, and that was slightly different as well because they have week like 1 day ahead or behind. Let's see, Sunday is like their first day of the week, so their jam happened on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so 1 day beforehand the thing. So the things were like, and they got a early link before the like official announcement.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That was nice, but also like the mind state that we had there, or like I remember it was the teacher who actually skipped the videos just to the theme. Okay, this is the theme. Let's go.
No, after the race. Oh god!
I can see like people participating different level of different things, and also here. Funny seeing like when the theme was announced, like you kind of heard it that there were like developers who ran right away after hearing the theme to work around something, or like people like really like wait for that moment and take it as a maybe like this speed run in a sense, which is also a fun way to challenge yourself. Like that's what you have to do when you work with the like short time frames.
Yeah, I mean, it's hyper concentrated. It is just like as fast and as creative as you can be, and as collaborative. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's going to be key.
Yeah.
The more I've been getting older, I noticed that less I do that kind of an, or nowadays I look for leisure in my jams. So in here, I also like that I got the theme now, and I can think about the jam thing for now 6 days, and then I'm also looking forward to the hybrid and live event that's going to happen here in Finland.
Right.
And okay, one more shout out to Games Now Aalto. I linked that sometime before because in Aalto University, it's the greatest, or they brand themselves. Well, it's a really good university here in Finland, and they have a games program going on. And past Games Now is I think they are on their 8th season or episode, or how you want to call it. And they've been making this program now like open for everyone. Like usually university programs are something that are really closed, but Aalto is producing material that is comparable to the game conference in San Francisco, and documenting it also in video format. And then they have also game jams running with each episode. And this current episode is also currently going on, episode 8. And here they are talking about like the new AI art, and the game jam challenges you to use or explore these AI tools, like what they are, what to do with them. And I think they could pick really good topics. Like they pick one topic for each episode or season, which they then explore with the people who we invite, do some kind of presentation and slides here in Finland. We record them, and they like come to the Games Now program. So anywhere around the world, check out Games Now Aalto, because it's cool, but because it's not commercial. It's something that we produce only with like kind of our taxpayer money, and it's part of the school program. But we learned that sharing is something that usually brings more value to the things.
Absolutely.
And Games Now, people who run the Games Now are also people who started the Finnish Game Jam here in Finland. Shout out to Aako Kultima, and Solid Park is her partner, I guess, organizing it, and many more people. Once again, I should not start naming because
45 minutes later. Yeah, I completely understand. Well, thank you so much.
I'm satisfied with.
Yeah. This was so great, Mika. Thank you so much for talking to us about Boom Corp and game jams and themes and just everything that is getting everybody hyped for our jam right now. This was wonderful. It was great to have you on. Thanks so much.
Is there going to be a final event or another stream at the end of this week?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm going to keep
that. I'm not. Is there?
I'm pretty sure. I'm 99% sure, but I'm gonna let the Global Game Jam folks chime in the comments. There.
Yeah,
they'll
chime in on the chat if there will be a closing event.
Yeah. And share links and such so that we can all access. Perfect.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
Yeah, thank you so much again for. Oh gosh, I love the community spotlights. This is always my favorite. This is so great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are now going to hear from one of our sponsors, Intel. Intel believes in empowering creators with the tools and systems that they need to create mind-blowing games and experiences. Join the Intel Game Dev program and learn how Intel collaborates with leading game and game engine developers to enable great new experiences. Go to game.intel.com/US for more information. Intel will be giving free NUC 12 Extreme Dragon Canyon systems to 5 lucky jammers in the Global Game Jam giveaway. Be sure to sign up by February 3rd using the link on globalgamejam.org/sponsors for a chance to win a Dragon Canyon. Oh my goodness, do that. That's so exciting.
That is exciting.
Do the same for yourselves. Yeah, and now we will be sliding into a video from Intel. Thank you.
Hey there, jammers. My name is Reagan, and I represent Intel's gaming and creator team in collaboration with Global Game Jam 2023. Intel believes in empowering creators with the tools and systems that they need to create exceptional games and experiences. This year, we're contributing over 50 Nook Dragon Canyons to jam sites across the world to use during the jam. With the power of 12th-gen Intel Core processors and the discrete graphics cards of your choice, Dragon Canyon will exceed your performance expectations. Packed with the latest technology and components available today, Dragon Canyon delivers a mind-blowing gaming, content creation, and media viewing experience like no other. Also, 5 lucky jammers will get the chance to win a Nook Dragon Canyon system in our Nook Game Jam giveaway. Be sure to sign up for a chance to win a Nook by submitting you and your site's information so that we can contact you during and after the jam. You can find the sign-up form on the sponsors page on the Global Game Jam website under Intel. Make sure you submit by February the 3rd. I can't wait to see all the cool games you make.
Wow, that was really nice of Intel.
I know. Thanks, Intel. No, that's so exciting. I love. I hope everybody signs up. I am wishing you all luck in being one of the lucky 5. Awesome. We are now moving into another community spotlight. So exciting. This time we are talking to folks from our community in Switzerland.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
This is fine, thank you. You too? You're
Yeah,
still,
doing great.
it's a long stream for you, isn't it?
It's a long day.
I got my water. I got a very nice candle burning. We'll be all right. So please tell us all about yourself. Tell us about the community. We're so excited to get to talk to you.
Yeah, my name is Dragica Kaglina. I'm at the moment working for the Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts. Sorry, it's a long name in English. In German, it's much easier. It's Hochschule Luzern. And I calculated that this year is probably the 10th game jam that I organize, and it's the 12th I'm part of. And that's a long time now.
Yeah.
And I actually wanted to talk a little bit about, Switzerland's game dev scene isn't as big as it could be, or as most people believe. And for me, it was like the game jam was one part why I started to do community work, because it was like we had the global game jam. I was in 2011, I was in the global game jam. And it was like this feeling of having other people to talk to jam with, that actually made me and a colleague start our own community with monthly meetings and starting to actually go and organize the game jams and help organize the game jams.
Your first global game jam was in 2011. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I have that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that kind of launched, creating this community in Switzerland as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was like I was working on games in Germany, and there were meetings like 400 people. And then I came to Switzerland, and I was trying to find anything. I couldn't find anything, and just because I knew, actually, I didn't know the game jam. I didn't get that one, but I knew the organizer, and he was like, "Hey, we are doing a game jam. Aren't you doing games?" And I was like, "Hey, write me in. I'm coming." And I was like, for the first time, not for the first time, but it was like a bigger meeting other people and doing games. And we are still friends from this group of people who I did my first game jam with.
Very cool.
That's phenomenal.
And nowadays we are actually working together, and that's so cool.
Oh, that's great too. That's so exciting. What do you feel like has changed in the, you've been doing this for many years now and organizing all these people. What has anything shifted in that time?
It has. It's a little bit, it got a lot bigger in the beginning. Not only in Switzerland, but also in general, the global game jam, it got more like polished. In the beginning,
sure.
We had like this 4 hours upload times and stuff like this, and it was a little bit rougher around the edges. And nowadays, it's this global phenomenon, and it's so many people, and it's really cool. But I think in the heart, it's still the same. It's like people meeting and just doing stuff, and it's just come and see, and if you like it, stay and make something. And don't be afraid, we can help you. It's mostly like this thing, because it's a community. It's like, even if you have no idea what you're doing, and even if you have no idea if making games is for you, or if you have no idea how to start, come and start with us, because we can help you. So that's
figure it out.
Still. Yeah,
that's such a great message. I feel like creating a game can be so intimidating for so many people. If you're not a strong coder, if you haven't, messed around in Unity before, it can be really hard to get started without this.
It is. And I had people like, there was this one person who was like, I'm just drawing stuff. I'm even not drawing digitally. Actually, I'm drawing with my pencil. And I was like, look, come. And we will see. And she was like coming, and then I even got my scanner from home, and we scanned her images, because she couldn't do anything digitally, and we scanned her images, and I helped them doing that. And next year she came with a tablet and was like, look, I have learned how to do it digitally myself. And I was so proud of her. And that was
And she
like,
came
these
back.
are yes, she came back and she
Yeah.
was like, I was having so much fun to see all my drawings come to life. And she was really cool with character. She could draw really cool characters and it was really fun. And that was really, we had so many different people doing different things. Like one group came with Arduinos, and there was one person coming with a 3D printer and printing stuff, and it was
Wow.
like people doing whatever.
Oh, that's so inspiring. What a huge impact it had on her and on so many people. That's so great to hear. Do you feel like most of the people that you're getting in at the jam, at any of these community events, are they solo developers a lot of the time, and this is their first time working on a dev team, or is it just even broader than that?
It's even broader than that. I mean, we have a lot of solo developers because, especially in Switzerland, there is lots of people doing it solo because there is very few game companies, and the biggest I think is 30 people, and they are mostly doing other things too because there is still the professional level in Switzerland is not good for big companies. So we have a lot of solo developers, but we have also a lot of people coming, like programmers who are like, I'm doing software in my main job, but I always dreamed of making a game. And, like this is my time of the year where I can make a game. And I have people like coming every year for years now who just, like they have their job and they have their life and they have the family, and they are like, this is the 3 days I do this thing for me.
Yeah. That's so great. I'm monitoring the chat as well as you're speaking, and I just wanted to say, the line between gamers and game developers is a lot thinner than I think we realize, and everything you're saying about this community in Switzerland really illustrates that. Is that if you have this love for games, you have skills you don't even know yet that can really be applied to creating here, and that's what you all are building there, and inspiring people to use those skills to create something they love.
And we are open for everybody. I say also the community I founded with my friend was like, it's called GameSpace, and it's still going on. This year we started again with having meetings, or they started again because 3-4 years ago I gave it to my friend who is now doing it because I didn't have the time anymore. I started working at university and I couldn't do the event anymore. And my friends were like, hey, then we are doing it now. So I was really happy for that, and it's really cool to have this community, and it's cool to do that stuff. And I want to encourage people. For instance, our site last year we had just 5 people because it was COVID, and people were like, I don't want to come, and maybe not. And we only have 5 people, and I was like, okay, let's do it with 5 people. Actually, I had in the registration only 4 people. 3 people were like, okay, we are coming. 1 person was like, I don't know if I can come. And 1 person was like more or less a surprise guest. So we had just 5 people, and it was like, okay, let's do it anyway. And this year again, I have around 30 people. So it's like,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, just open the doors, and maybe people come. Sometimes people don't come, but if you don't open it the next year too, it's maybe, like this was also with GameSpace. In the beginning, people were telling us, hey, nobody is coming, and at the beginning nobody came, and I was sitting alone with my friend there. But it was like the door is open. And nowadays it's a thriving community with a Discord and meetings, and we have barbecues in the summer and stuff like this.
That's so fun. It really does feel like a community event, and everyone is coming together and bringing their skills to the table to create games.
And this was cool that also this inspired some people to go from I'm doing a game in my spare time to I'm doing a game professionally, because hey, you guys think it's cool. So I didn't think that was I didn't know that people would like that game, so I'm going to make that game because people like it. And I'm very proud of these people who were like jumping in and doing it. And the rest of the community who actually we all are like we all know each other, and we are all like everybody chimes in and everybody helps. And I mean, in the beginning I didn't have money for the community events. It was like somebody gave me their room they had for meetings for another community, and I was like buying drinks, and I was like, look, people pay if you can, and hopefully I break even with the drinks, but like, come, and if you can't pay because you're a student, then okay, you don't. And it worked out because people were like giving me money for the drinks, and we could somehow manage it to do.
That is so inspiring. It's been such a delight to talk to you about building this community and bringing all these people together over this shared love. And that it's also just fascinating how a community continues to thrive. Obviously, like you were saying, we've all been through a lot of change in the last few years, but to see this community is still together and still talking to each other and is still really
growing.
strong is just, it's phenomenal. It's wonderful. Very
Where
nice.
can they find you? Is there any links that any links
yes.
people can find you at?
It's GameSpace. It's GameSpace.ch. Do I write it in the
Yeah, if you write it in this chat, we'll have our mods throw it in the appropriate Twitch and YouTube streams.
Write it wrong. Don't take that one. Okay.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
Okay, now that
There we
one is
go.
it.
There it is.
GameSpace.ch. There is also a Discord server, so you can, everything is linked there. Twitter, Discord, Facebook. And I mean, for me, a lot of saving grace was that things like Twitter were getting big, and I could like do my marketing without having to pay anybody anything. So, but social media was really important.
Yeah, and keeping that community together again, like through all of
Yes.
these different changes we've all been through, and especially meeting people here as well in the Global Game Jam and being able to stay connected over time.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think it's so cool to see the worldwide impact all this has, the global, how many, I mean, this community spotlights how global it really is, and for how many people this is a really, it's like a really important part of their year. I always say, please, last weekend in January, and actually the last half of January, I'm Global Game Jam. I'm not doing anything else. This is
Yeah, don't bother me. I'm working on this right now.
I have things to do. So
I have games to make.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see how many people. I mean, for how many people it's really this highlight of the year.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much again for your time. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you for, really inspiring us. Again, I love hearing about these communities coming together, especially as you said, where it's not always easy to meet other developers outside of certain hubs. And so this is so great to hear about how people do anyway, and how we can all get together to make games. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you for listening, and thank you to all the other community people telling about their communities too.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Wonderful. I love talking to everybody. This is so great.
Yes.
That is so inspiring. And I love everything she said about how you don't need to know everything about making games to start making games. It's just, I think it's one of the biggest barriers to development, and it doesn't have to be. So
If you like games, you can figure it out. People will teach you. There are tools and websites and just things to help you along the way, so you're not alone ever.
yeah. And if you're not good at everything, that's okay, because nobody is, as it
No
turns
one
out.
is,
We can all
yeah.
lean on each other a bit. Yeah. Next up, we have our community spotlight, this time from the UK, and that is already pre-recorded. So we are going to go into another video. Thank you so much.
Welcome to 2023. My name is Adam. I'm one of the Game Jam sites over in the UK, one of the hosts at Game Dev London. We host one of the biggest sites here in the UK, and I'm super excited to be taking part in Global Game Jam 2023 because this is actually my 10th Global Game Jam. So that's a whole decade of Global Game Jams for me, which I'm a huge fan of Game Jams. I've been doing them. It was basically one of the first things I did when I sort of started working in video games as a student, getting really excited about making the most basic game that I could, and then got overly ambitious every Game Jam since, and I keep not making games, but we'll ignore that for the time being. Today I wanted to take a moment out from this fantastic event and talk about neurodiversity in games. And the reason I want to talk about that is because this is my first Game Jam since I was diagnosed with ADHD last year. So what I've found over the last kind of year is that it's really important to take into account that the people around you are not you. They don't think like you. Haven't lived with the things that you've lived with. They work in different ways. And we all know this because people around us might not be the same discipline, or they may not be from the same country, or they may not even be from the same city. And all this can play into effect how we approach stuff. And neurodiversity and neurodivergence is another aspect to this. So this year, one of the things I want you to think about with this amazing theme and this another fantastic opportunity to make some really cool and interesting and novel games is about how you could approach making games that is inclusive, that is open, that is accessible, that allows the people around you to work with you to make the best thing you can. Fortunately, there's some really easy ways to do that. The key one is going to be, and it's a skill we all know, it's communication. Big shock, right? Think about the people around you as people who they want to help, they want to get involved, they want to make something cool, but they may not have the best ways of being able to explain that to you, and you may not have the best ways of explaining it to them. Sometimes it's language barriers, sometimes it's colloquialisms, sometimes it's ways that you express yourself are different to the ways that other people express themselves. And you don't need to be thinking about, is this person, does this person have this specific neurodivergence? You don't need to go that far. All you need to do is be patient, be kind, and try and think about, okay, what is it they're trying to tell me, and what is it saying to me? If you try and come at them from your own perspective, when somebody is explaining something, if you're not sure, if you're confused, don't get frustrated, don't get annoyed, don't be there going, oh no, that's wrong. Tell them how it's coming across to you. Say, oh, hey, so if I've got what you're saying correct, I think you're trying to say that you want to make this, or make the game like that, or do these kind of things, or bring in this mechanic. And you might be right, and that's perfect. Or they might go, oh, that's not quite what I'm trying to say, and they might try and explain it another way. Work with them. Try and figure out where the confusion is happening. And the thing is that effort is how you make a great game, because it's only when we work with different people, we work with people with new ideas, who attack it from different directions, who look at the same information and come up with a completely different way of interpreting it, that we can make the best thing. I mean, that's the point of a game jam, right? You've got thousands and thousands of jammers all over the world taking part on Global Game Jam, all with just the one theme, the same theme. And no two games are going to be the same. There may not even be games that are close to similar. And some will be so unbelievably amazing. Some will be ideas that you've never dreamed of. And the reason that happens is because people are working together all over the place, coming up with new ideas, bringing new things to the table. People are being inspired by things, both in games and outside of games, by art, by culture, by music, by film, by books, by nature. Anything can turn into what is going to be, some fantastic mechanic or novel way of approaching games that we may never have thought of before. And that's one of the reasons why game jams are so fantastic, is that it brings all these people together with all our differences and changes, our divergences and our similarities, and asks us, hey, you want to make something cool? And of course we say yes. So I'm super excited to be here for Global Game Jam 2023. I'm really looking forward to making something cool. Me, myself, I'm not sure what I'm going to make yet, but we're going to find out. and I'm looking forward to seeing what you make too. So, Global Game Jam 2023, a good year to listen, a good year to be making something interesting, and a good year to be promoting neurodiversity. Have a great Global Game Jam. I myself am going to be doing the 48 hours on the last weekend. You take it whichever way that you want. Every way is valid, and I'll see you at the finish line.
Well, hello. We're back. Hi.
Hello again, everybody.
Very, very awesome to hear from our first UK Community Spotlight member. I do love the discussion of neurodivergence and how that plays into game dev. I think that's super important. And it's definitely like he touched on how you approach working with different teams and how global game jams or game jams in general can be really good for your social skills as well, because obviously a lot of dev is collaborative, despite the amount of people we've spoken to today who've been solo devs, which is also very cool.
Right. I feel like a game jam is such a good opportunity to, if you are a solo dev, to experience developing on a team too. And we've had a few people talk about that, and really practicing those skills and how to work together creatively is just, it's a really good opportunity here.
Yeah, I think the thing that I found most helpful when I started doing them before I started working full time was understanding how different departments have to work with each other and complement each other, because it's something that from the outside you wouldn't really have any idea of. Like, does this go to art first, or who do I talk to about narrative design? Who is the programming? Where do we talk about this particular thing? So it's definitely a really important and fun thing to get involved in.
Yes.
Next up, we are talking to another Community Spotlight member from the UK. Joining us is Caleb Anderson.
Hello. I'll try saying that without a voice crack. How is everyone doing?
Doing great. How are you, Caleb?
I am very good. It's very late here in the UK, but still happy to chat.
It's been very cool to actually kind of see everybody's time zones all over the world. You can see it's still sunny for me. It's lovely. I imagine it's not quite the case in Liverpool. And Mary, where are you based? I don't remember.
I'm in Chicago, so we are. It's barely light out, but the snow is falling sideways, so you can't really. Regardless,
we're all making it work.
Right.
So Caleb, how do you feel about the theme reveal today?
It was quite interesting because, like, watching the video, obviously you start to get an idea for the theme and you start to build it up, and then obviously you get to the point where it's like the theme this year is, and all of a sudden it came up with the word roots, and my brain was immediately going, okay, what can I do with this? And it's so interesting because your brain can go from having 50 billion ideas to all of a sudden having that one idea that you go, this is what I want to do.
You've done 5 global game jams?
Yes, this is my 6th game jam. I've been a site organizer for the past, this will be my 3rd year.
So what tidbits from those 5 years, almost 6, of experience do you think you can share with any newcomers?
I think the first thing will be, obviously, people sign up, they see the 48 hours and they think, I have to be going at 100 for that whole 48 hours. Especially if you're new to it, don't feel like you have to be working the whole 48 hours. Get some rest. Trust me. Like, it's one of those that if you don't take that rest, you will see your project suffer. And that's something that no one wants to see when you're working on something like this. Take that rest if you need it. Remember to eat. Remember to drink. Remember to look after yourself. That's my biggest tip.
It's just not worth it otherwise, right? We don't want anyone to burn themselves out.
Exactly.
You're not going to have a good time. It's not in the spirit of the whole thing. It's definitely not a good idea.
Yeah, your brain's
No,
not at
definitely not.
its best when it
Yeah.
hasn't slept or had anything to drink in a long time. So you just
No,
can't bring
and
your
this is
best
coming from someone who made that exact mistake. Like in my first game jam, I stayed awake the whole 48 hours. I probably slept for a week afterwards.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
Hard
rough.
crash. Yeah. I get that. Yep. 100%.
How do you feel about the diversifiers and how much attention do you think jammers should pay attention to those?
Yes, the diversifiers, they are possibly my second favorite thing to look at when it comes to game jam. First, obviously, being the theme. Diversifiers, for anyone who doesn't know what they are, they're little extra challenges that you can set yourself as you go through developing your game. And they're quite interesting because they force you to think about things in a way that you probably wouldn't otherwise. And it's always important, even if you're thinking, oh, I'm not going to touch these at all, just take a once read. Whether that's at the start, whether that's halfway through. Have a read of it, because you might look at something and go, actually, I can tie this into what I'm doing.
Mhm.
So if you take that chance, read through the diversifiers. There's a lot every year. They're chosen by a wonderful team. I was involved with it a couple of years ago. Have a read through it all. See if there's any that jump out to you. If not, that's fine. If there is, have a go at including it. Even if you have a go and you decide halfway through, actually, I don't want to do this, that's fine. Game jams are for experimenting.
You also work on board games, right?
Yes. So in all the time I've been doing Global Game Jam, not once have I touched a line of code. And
No way.
I think if I tried to, I would probably not be able to do half as
Wait. So you've
well.
made
I've seen a lot.
board games every time?
Yeah.
Whoa, cool.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. So how do you feel like I don't even know how to phrase this question. Like, where do you start if we have people who want to specifically get into the board game side of things? What do you think is the beginning processes of designing a board game?
Well, one of the easiest things I think is hop on Amazon, order just one of the sort of cheap kits that you can get. You get a bunch of stuff, just lay it out all in front of you and go, okay, I could use this for this. I could use this for this. And you just have a think of the things that you've got there, because you don't have to go out and spend 100, 200, however much. Just buy a cheap £20, $20 kit, pop it out in front of you and go, okay, how can I make this work?
Very, very cool. I didn't even know those existed. I feel like this whole stream so far has been a bunch of like finding out about resources that make barriers to entry so small, which is awesome. Like it's so cool. So when you're designing board games for Game Jam, thinking of the themes in mind, I don't want you to spoil anything if you're participating, but if we're thinking about board games and roots, what comes to your head?
Well, it depends on how you look at roots. Like I've seen lots of different comments in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat about how people are approaching it. And I think even if I gave you like 5 billion ideas in the call, there's going to be someone who comes up with something else. So it's just have a think on the theme for yourself and think, okay, what does that term mean to me? That's what I've done every year. And I found that it takes on quite an interesting form of its own, because you might even get towards the end and you go, actually, now that I think on it, this theme could also mean this. And even if you can't include it whilst you're in the Game Jam, there's nothing stopping you, like once you've recovered from Global Game Jam, going to another event or even just tinkering in your own time.
I think that you can also find more inspiration a lot of the time if you're pulling from something that means something to you personally. I feel like it's a great way to stay motivated and to come up with something cohesive is like, if you really think about what the word means to you, I think that's a really good tip.
Yeah, and really bring heart to
Yeah,
the project,
definitely.
because that, we all know that's what sets incredible creative projects apart, whatever the medium, whether it's board games, video games, not a game at all. So that is such a good approach for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Caleb, anything you're especially excited about this year?
I mean, I'm excited every year. Like, it's one of those that even if everything else in the world seems to go a bit awry, you always know end of January, start of February, Global Game Jam, sitting there. It's there. It's something to enjoy. So I think the experience as a whole is something that everyone could sit down and enjoy. And whether you're doing it on your own, like I normally do, or whether you're working with a whole group, being a site organizer, I get to witness so many incredibly talented people, whether they're just tinkering for the first time or they've got university degrees in game design. Seeing what people can come up with a single theme and 48 hours is absolutely amazing.
Definitely. It's kind of nice, like you said, knowing that no matter what, you have this set period of time every year where you just get to be creative. I feel like you're probably excited about it for months. And it's really nice seeing how many people are recurring participants as well. I feel like most people we've spoken to have done it more than one time, and I don't know, it's just such a lovely community.
Yeah, definitely. Like the first day that it was announced that sites were being open, I was on there signing up because, it's something to enjoy, as I said.
Yeah. So are you a solo or do you work with a team?
I used to work as part of a team, but I find oftentimes working solo can be quite an interesting experience in and of itself, because it sort of allows you to experience things that you probably wouldn't do when you're part of a group, because you've got solo control over everything. So you get to have a tinker with the art, with the music, whatever it is. And if you've not got experience in it, oh well, it gives you a chance to try something new.
You have experience after this.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
definitely.
you've tried it. Exactly. Yeah.
Very, very cool. Any closing thoughts for us, Caleb? Any passing comments you want to leave jammers with?
As I've said, enjoy the experience.
That is a great motive, and as everybody keeps saying, but I want to reiterate, make sure you sleep and drink water. Andy,
yeah, because I'm fairly certain if you forget to sleep or eat, I'm sure we can send Tim down. We'll send Tim to put you down and force you to sleep.
No. Don't make him do it, y'all. It's not a good look.
Thank you so much for joining us, Caleb, and good luck. We can't wait to see what you come up with.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Caleb. Wonderful.
It is time to have another discussion about our sponsors real quick. Of course, we saw from them earlier in the show, and it was awesome. Coherence. They make multiplayer games easy, which is very, very cool. It takes just a few moments to configure a scene and game objects so they can see each other over the network. We saw it happen in real time part of the stream. It was just so impressive. Using free cloud hosting options, you can then deploy your project online directly from within the Unity editor and even share your WebGL build hosted at Coherence. Network engine, SDK, and platform that lets you make and run scalable multiplayer games in minutes. A full-featured toolbox for multiplayer networking that gives you everything you need to develop, test, and run your game. Build virtual worlds, room-based games, or a combination of both, automatically scalable in the cloud and on bare metal. And they had one of the cutest ads I've ever seen. It's a really good trailer for Coherence that is, I think multiplayer games are very intimidating, especially when it comes to a game jam. It seems like it's extremely difficult. Coherence makes it look a hell of a lot easier. It looks awesome. Very, very impressive.
Phenomenal tool. Yeah. And it is applicable to so much, no matter what kind of computer you're using. It is something that you should check out. It is not just for PC folks.
Which is always great. And I believe next up, if they are ready for us, our next community spotlight is with they are ready with Iran. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Nargis, and I'm a video game developer, programmer for 7 years now, and I'm here in Cologne, Germany, right now. But
So
And,
what is the situation like for game devs in Iran?
Yeah, in general, I think probably you have heard about the recent news and what is happening in Iran. So maybe I skipped that part because we already know this kind of stuff. So yeah, about game developers specifically in Iran now. The biggest challenges is for connecting to work because in general, game development is the best industry that people are pretty much very international and people like to connect to each other all around the world, and which is something that we also need to and like to have conversations, interactions, and everything with all around the world. And this became a very big challenge for game developers now in Iran because the internet connection is a big problem now, and we have very unstable internet connection actually, which is caused from the restrictions from the government and also some other restrictions from outside of the country. Sorry, and like some sanctions which are kind of not directed to the government and instead to the people, so it just bothers everybody. And so yeah, this is the biggest problem, I say. And one of the other problems can be like censorships or some bans that we have, like if you have a female character in your game, they may remove your game from the app stores, local app stores. So, and even we had a case that they removed the game because there was a rainbow in one of the images, which they said, yeah, it's represented for LGBTQ plus community, but I mean,
right.
It's just
Those are definitely challenges. Is there anything that the game dev community or gamers can do to help raise awareness or help devs in your community?
Yeah, we had a game jam recently for Women Life Freedom movement now, which was very good, and we with the media that we had, we could raise a little bit of awareness about what is happening. And in general, I say just like know what is happening and trying to show it to a board that have some sorry, just
oh, you're okay.
To stay informed and just to know what is happening. It helps you in any way. Like if you know that the people of Iran are just normal people and are dealing with this kind of stuff, you probably approach them differently. Like they are not like their government, and yeah.
Yeah, of course. And that's definitely a tough thing to communicate if you're dealing with censorship. It's something people definitely deal with on a global scale is rocky internet restrictions. What are some of the solutions that Iranian game devs have found for dealing with like poor internet speeds?
Yeah, we're actually when I was talking with my friends, they're saying that like they don't know when they have internet or not, and they're just trying different VPNs, different proxies every now and then, and some of them work for an hour and they just stop working for another hour.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just pretty tough. Yeah.
Definitely.
Also for
tough.
freelancers. Sorry.
Oh no, you're okay.
Yeah, freelancer people are also having a lot of troubles and problems. Like, yeah, it's good that we know about this kind of problems that they have, so we can understand better if we are working with people. Yeah.
Yeah. So considering some of those difficulties, which are pretty major and make doing anything creative difficult in a lot of cases. Is there anything you're especially proud of that's come out of the game dev scene where you're from that you want to give a shout out to, or something that you want to highlight?
Not something very, very specific actually, but I mean, just being a game developer and surviving and continue working, I mean, that's just enough, because you can you can easily give up in this kind of situations. But and also when I saw those many games that people made for the game jam, was just pretty hopeful. It just gives you a lot of hope, and you can see that people really care.
I know there is a link to where people can check out some more from the Women Life Freedom Game Jam, which is it's at itch.io/jam/women-life-freedom. We can leave a link there. There you go. So it's on itch.io, and that's absolutely awesome. There's also a timeline of events for everything that's going on in Iran right now on irantimelines.com. Yes, I read that incorrectly. I read it as irant. irantimelines.com. And we also have a trusted organization who's fighting against injustice in Iran, which is ps752justice.com if you want to check that out. And Amnesty International also has more information. A lot of good resources there. Thank you so much for sharing those. And yeah, you're right that anyone continuing to work and make anything creative under those circumstances at all is super inspiring and awesome. And you're doing an amazing job. So thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. And
of course. Enjoy the game jam, and much love and support to everybody in Iran.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's just incredible that you are still making video games for us to all enjoy. So thank you.
It is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, see ya. Oh, slightly too soon.
I was like, bye.
Yeah, it's so much of this keeps making me realize how easy my job is.
Yes.
Just repeatedly. I'm like, and I thought that anything I did was hard, and it's not.
Between limited connectivity and, I mean, just censorship and not being able to guess even sometimes where that's going to hit is, it's incredible. Making art and making something as a team in those circumstances is wow.
and not giving up under the circumstances is it's incredible. And the woman earlier who was talking about how she couldn't study because the teacher was basically a known predator to women. But so she was like, so I won't then, and I'll learn by myself. And we keep getting these stories that I'm like, damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw an obstacle and I said, nope. and I went around that obstacle. It's why I love these community spotlights, because you see the many different circumstances in which people are still creating and
they're still doing it.
Yeah.
Incredible. I'm like so touched. It's making me emotional. It happens. I'm a softie. What do you want me to say?
Gonna cry on me. It's fine. It's casual.
So something that I care about a whole lot and try to talk about as much as I possibly can in game dev in general is accessibility. It's something that's super important to me. So I wanted to read a piece from AWS for Games, which is an easy-to-use service and tool set that will make your game fun and accessible, which is a win for absolutely everybody. You can use Amazon to transcribe to create voice commands for your game, Amazon Translate to create cross-lingual chat, or Amazon Poly to create speech in dozens of languages, which is something that can be really prohibitive to a lot of smaller studios. It can be really challenging. Also, all GGJ participants receive $100 in AWS promotional credits, which is awesome. You can send an email to AWS for Games events at Amazon.com to include Global Game Jam in the subject line in your company name, country, and AWS account ID in the body of the email. And an AWS representative will get back to you within 2 business days. So that's definitely something that if you aren't considering it, I would love to see you consider it because accessibility is super important and it only gets easier once you've done it the first time. Every time you have to do it after that, it becomes easier to implement because you have solved the problem already. So definitely something worth considering. We're going to jump straight into a video from AWS right now.
Whether you're a team of 1 or 1,000, only one thing really matters: making a game that players want to play. Developers are imagining future games that delight players and require solutions to support their dreams. Players expect games to have fast response times and high-fidelity experiences on any device, anywhere in the world. To achieve this, more and more developers are turning to the cloud. AWS for Games provides a broad portfolio of industry-specific products and solutions from AWS and AWS partners to help you build faster, run smarter, and grow your games. AWS for Games portfolio covers 12 solution areas, spanning the 3 phases of game development. When building, AWS will help you to modernize your architecture and move your production pipelines to the cloud, enabling you to recruit and build diverse teams around the globe, not limited to a physical location. When running a game, AWS can help you streamline operations, deploy the right compute and accelerated networking options to deliver low-latency game experiences, provide real-time and serverless analytics to help better understand player behavior, and help you harden your back-end against DDoS and other malicious attacks. To grow your player base, AWS can help you acquire and retain users with an engaging community experience with Twitch, Amazon Luna, and machine learning tools. With 175 fully featured services and more functionality than any other cloud provider, AWS infrastructure is trusted by over 90% of the largest public game companies, including Epic, EA, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo, Zynga, Rovio, and more. Need help getting started? Visit the AWS for Games landing page for a customized onboarding experience. Take one of our structured learning classes or dive deep into the 12 solution areas. Either way, we want to help you create the next amazing game. Welcome to AWS for Games.
One of the first Atlantic Canada sites to come online. Hello, Global Game Jammers of 2023. My name is Dr. Rena Webby. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a professor of computer science at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Dalhousie sits on the unceded ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq. We are all treaty people. This year, Dalhousie University and ShiftKey Labs have teamed up with local businesses and game design companies, as well as nonprofits all around Halifax, to hold one of the first Atlantic Canada sites to come online. To reach an even bigger audience, we have satellite sites in New Glasgow and Yarmouth. In case they can't get to Halifax, we got you covered. The Game Jam has a huge commitment to equitable culture because it includes these aspects of diversity, inclusion, accessibility that we know are necessary to make our field more inviting for people. The diverse element comes from the participation of sites all around the world. That's a commitment we are making to diversity by engaging in this activity that we love, making games together. Our Game Jam sites welcome people of all backgrounds, orientations, skill levels, socioeconomic status, regardless of education level. That means if you're currently working at a retail store but you've always wanted to make games, you can come to this event, and that is inclusive. Game jams are an important opportunity to invite people into our space, to make the tech industry more inviting. And who doesn't want to make games? In this way, we can say that we're giving a commitment to inclusivity, which is important because historically equity-deserving groups have been underrepresented in STEM fields. STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This is especially true of computer science. And unfortunately, the game design industry doesn't have the best reputation for culture either historically. Nowadays, we are moving to change the status quo. We are trying to create this culture that brings the fun and enjoyment and passion and love for games, as well as the idea that we can be kind to each other and learn together. Dalhousie is one of the few sites to do both the Game Jam and the Game Jam Next for our younger participants. To encourage youth of all backgrounds to consider STEM as a viable career, we have to engage them early. So nonprofits such as Ignite and Supernova, who are helping us with the Game Jam, are also of great importance here. Alongside our collaborators at Code Ninja Halifax, we prepared design tutorials and exciting programming opportunities for younger coders. The Game Jam also provides an accessible learning platform. So we all learn in different ways. We all grow in different ways, and we all have different interests within the large scheme of games. If you're interested in art, there's a place for you. If you're interested in programming, there's a place for you. If you're a writer, well, games need story and narrative a lot of the time. So there's an accessibility of material. There's more ways to learn than just sitting in class and doing a lecture. We're inviting people to learn by doing, to learn by participating. And it's not just receiving information in this form that you are now. You can learn from each other. If you have come individually, we'll find you a team, no problem. If you're not very good coder, but you want to be, team up with a great coder. If you're already an excellent coder and you want to gain a different skill set, find someone who isn't a coder to team up with and learn from each other. In this way, you can find a place for exploration and interest. At Dell, it's really important too that we think about how you can use computer science to explore and be part of the world. Game jams offer this opportunity to take that part of computer science, that passion that we have for gaming and play, and bring that to engage in this area of computer science and STEM. Game jamming gives us an opportunity to explore new skills, to learn in a safe space, and hey, if the game doesn't work out, that's okay. It was only 48 hours of gameplay and trying. What's really important is that you learn from the game jam. Exploration from the game jam can also lead into career opportunities, not just like computer science programs, but also graduate level programs. If you are a PhD or a master's student or interested in doing graduate studies, there are academic groups such as HCI for Good, my lab, that explores games in an academic setting for education, collaboration, or even the design of games and algorithms. You can do a PhD on looking at games for mental health and education to battle stigma, or you might be interested in the design of algorithms. Either way, this game jam is meant to be a fun, collaborative, educational experience, and I'm so excited for all of the new games that we're going to make, and I'm so excited for all of the people we're going to meet. So let's go out there and jam. Bye from Canada.
A very big thank you to Rena from Canada there. People
Yeah.
Awesome to see and agree with everything she said, which I keep saying about everybody, really. It's
Everyone's
awesome.
so great. They're doing such great things.
I know. Next up, we have joining us David from Mexico.
Hola,
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Fine. Here in Mexico, we have an excellent weather, and we are ready to. All the sites in Mexico are ready to begin with the Global Game Jam.
That's wonderful.
It's a beautiful country. I've only been once, and I hope to go back again this year. I love Mexico.
Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, every part of the year is different. What you can see here in Mexico. In the spring, you can see the violet flowers.
Oh, wow.
November, you can see orange flowers all around. It's an amazing place.
Yeah. I'm like jealous. Not that California's not also beautiful, but we don't have the seasons. So what's the game dev scene like in Mexico, and how many jammers do you know out there?
Well, it's very interesting because Mexico, sometimes we talk as Mexico as a little country. We talk as Mexico as, for example, Peru or Colombia. But Mexico is in fact the same size, more or less, like Brazil. So it's enormous.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's like a lot of countries. So in the north of Mexico, we have one kind of game developers. In the south of Mexico, we have another kind of game developers. We have different structures. We have different kind of industries. For example, in the north of Mexico, in the center of Mexico, we have an industry that works a lot with the AAA industry in USA and in Canada. In the south of Mexico, we have a very interesting indie community of game developers, because we are working with our indigenous cultures. We are working with the video game as a medium to share our culture, and not so much as a business as we understand it.
Sure.
It's more like it's art.
Yeah, sure. In
That's
fact,
awesome.
in fact, for example, in California, in Tijuana, there's an indigenous community that has the half of the community is in the USA and the other half is in Mexico. So the Mexican part make their main legend, their main myth, video game to share with.
That's
with the
really
community.
cool.
Yeah, we have a lot of interesting projects because we share a lot of backgrounds, cultural backgrounds here in Mexico. So we are working with a lot of perspectives about video games, not just the industry, not just the culture. We have a lot of events from different sides and from different topics. So it's a very multicultural region here in Mexico.
That's awesome. And am I right in thinking that Game Jam actually kind of had a hand in helping the games industry in Mexico grow?
Yeah, sure. For example, our country has been like 10 years making sorry.
It's all right. You got a delivery high.
Making the global game jam for 10 years. And for example, the first years of the global game jam was just working with how to make games. How do we begin to making games? And a lot of experiments were there. But right now, we're working with studios, we're working with colleges, we're working with a lot of people around the industry making it happen. One big example. The first time we made a global game jam site on Mexico City, it was with the help of the Mexican government, with the Ministry of Culture. But right now, we are making the game jams in the Mexico City with the support of colleges, public and private colleges, the Mexican Ministry of Culture, and also with a lot of studios that works in Mexico and that works with other partners in other parts. Another example, because of COVID and this digital realization of the global game jam, the community in Mexico created like a part of the global game jam that is digital only, because a lot of friends from South America came to jam with us. So we have in some sites in Mexico the registration of people from Cuba, from Venezuela, from Peru.
Wow.
Because we share the chance. They go to the sites on their locals, but the project is created on the digital platform. So
You're really selling me on the Mexican games industry. I'm like, now I want to get involved.
Yeah.
All these different countries. Like, that's so cool.
Yeah, sure. Also, that's another thing because it's a very big country. That's another thing that happened. We begin to make digital events and the game jams in a digital version before the COVID. We have like 8 years making the digital events because someone who lives in Mexico City cannot go to, for example, Tijuana. It's so long to go and it's so expensive. Although it's our own country because of the distance. So
right.
we have a lot of communities, and also if we look for cities, we have some cities right now in Mexico where it's snow, the snow is falling, and some cities who were we are in a tropical.
It's so diverse.
Yeah. So in the global game jam, also because of the dates, we have some jammers that are in a snow country, and some other jammers that are in the beach, for example, in Cancun, making a game.
Yeah. I feel like because of those roots that you're talking about, I feel like there's some really, really cool stuff that could come out of the theme from the jammers in your area, especially if the teams who are actually participating in the jam are that multicultural as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. In fact, the games in Mexico are every time very interesting because you could see that maybe they are not so Mexican in the way that we expect, because we already know the mariachis here. That's not something that Kyle loves so much, but are very interesting because, for example, I remember in a jam a game about a cat that died, and it's like the spirit of the cat returning to the home, and it's very, very Mexican. That because it's like kind of the Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
But when you look at the cyberpunk aesthetic, it's like, wow, we have a lot to give to the industry, and we are content that we hope that with the time we could be more integrated to the industry.
Yeah.
There are a lot of projects with all the world.
Well, you sold me on it. I love the sound of that. Are there any like studios in Mexico or games that you want to give a shout out to the audiences watching who maybe haven't heard of them?
Well, we have a lot of studios. For example, Man Eater Games is a very interesting studio because it's an LGBT-friendly studio, and also is running by a woman that here in Mexico, because we are a conservative culture, it's kind of weird that some woman in the tech industry with an LGBT perspective, it's having a lot of success.
It's wonderful.
That's great.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we have a lot of young designers that I'm going to prepare with hits. I'm pretty sure, for example, Luis Leon is a great designer that you should follow. He makes games based on lecture, on text, but he's also thinking about the labyrinth of the language. So he makes something very interesting about the labyrinth.
That sounds awesome to me.
The physical labyrinths on three-dimensional spaces. Those kind of games are amazing.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. We have a lot of.
So where can people find you? I know you said you have a Twitter.
Yeah, you can find in Mexico. We have a lot of communities. We have IGDA, we have DevsBG, we have Layout, that is the community that I represent. We need a lot of communities to cover all the country. So if you want any information about Mexican industry, you could contact Foro Layout, Layout Forum, but well, in Spanish, Foro Layout. So you can contact us. We can give you any information that you want about the Mexican industry. And also, well, we hope to collaborate much more with some other countries. And as well, if you want some advice with some other Latin communities, we also work with them. So just
so cool. I love the enthusiasm, David. It's awesome, and it's it seems like you're doing really cool creative stuff, and
really cool creative people too, and from all different backgrounds and cultures, and just like melding together. I'm excited to see what you guys create.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome.
Well, everything is for the jammers, and the jammers are the creative spirit. The organizers, we are the ones who prepare the things.
Well, apparently we just got over 16,000 jammers signed up, which is
wild.
Awesome. And I'm now expecting a whole bunch of people from Mexico, which is super cool. So thank you so much for joining us, David, and good luck to all the Mexican game jammers.
Bye. Thank you.
Everybody's so nice.
I
Very
know,
cool.
so nice, and everyone all over the world is doing something, and it makes me want to get involved.
You should. Let's all get involved.
I've never participated in one.
Oh, you totally should. I've done 4 or 5, and it is super fun, and everyone has always been really, really nice. And
I'm in the camp where I feel like I don't have the skill set. I'm like, what do
You're
I have
wrong.
to bring to the table? I don't know how to code. I don't know how to draw.
You got it. Next year, you'll like even production. You know, like what you're doing right now. Hosting is a different kind of production where you have to manage what's
Sure.
going on, and you need producers. That definitely helps out a lot of teams. So
I can help do that. I can
Do
help
it.
do that. Or I'm an idea person. I'll just like throw ideas at the wall.
you got it. So we're going to jump into a video from one of our sponsors, SideFX, before we head into our final segment. keep dancing.
I know.
While they're playing, I keep just jamming out.
Just sitting here like, no one can see me.
And then I remember that you all can see me while it's playing, and I was like, wait a minute.
Like, oh, just kidding. I was wrong.
Our next guest is Michael from Triangle Interactive.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
I gotta ask about the Too Much Tomato.
Oh yeah, that's just kind of my studio name. But I'm here to talk about Triangle Interactive Arts Collective today.
Yeah. So what can you tell us?
We're a group of indie developers and creative people in the Triangle region of North Carolina in the U.S. We're a pretty new group that's mostly focused on just supporting indies and beginners with game dev. And this is actually our first global game jam, so we're really excited for it.
But you have
Congrats.
participated, in other game jams, right? This is not your first game jam.
Correct. Yeah, this is my first global game jam, but not my first game jam.
Okay. So what are you doing to prepare for this one?
Well, I just learned the theme, and I'm mostly trying to make sure to be a good host and make sure the venue is good, make sure we got good snacks, make sure I communicate kind of like the right attitude to bring into it to everyone in the collective. So yeah, we're really excited for that.
What attitude is that you're hoping to, kind of share with everybody?
Well, I do actually have a slide deck to show here
Ooh.
for 5
Let's do it.
tips for
That
a healthy and happy
segue.
game jam.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, I think like a lot of people kind of have a vague idea of what they're trying to get out of a game jam when they start. Like they have this idea in the back of their head that they want to make a game. But I think it's really important to really clarify what your goals are and kind of go into it, in the right headspace. So the first tip that I have is like to clearly define your goal and what you're looking to get out of the jam. That can be a ton of different things, right? I think a great one is just to have fun. You might want to practice a very specific new skill. You might want to make friends with game developers in your area. You might want to learn to collaborate better, especially if you're like a beginner or solo developer. Like, how do you actually work on a team with other developers? And then another one people have a lot is to just like finish anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always recommend, and in our group, we're doing this as well. Like a lot of people will post, I'm a programmer and I want to work on a team, but no one ever posts like, I just want to have fun with this jam, or I just want to practice this one skill. So I think it's really important to both define like what you want to do and what your skills are, and also like what you want out of the experience. So that way, when you're forming teams, you like can kind of mesh on that same aspect too, right? You're all in it to have fun, or you're all in it to make like a hilarious joke game or whatever. So yeah, that's number 1. Number 2 is start really small. Like, I'm sure you hear this all the time from people as their like number 1 game jam tip. It's like, keep the scope really small.
Yeah.
Because in addition to like people always say like, don't crunch in game jams. And I think that's really important too. But if you scope your game too big, it's going to incentivize you to want to like work and try to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
And like another way you can avoid crunching on something is to just really scope it down small. So I try to actually, this kind of blends into number 3, is like block out your time and try to leave half of the time for bug fixing and polish. Like in the 48-hour jam, like weekend style, like if you leave that last Sunday entirely for fixing bugs and polishing, it's like you're having such a great day on Sunday. Just add it. You're like, oh, I just thought of a hilarious joke to add into the game.
Yeah.
Like, what if we make this silly sound effect and just throw it in there? And then you just have like these great moments with all your friends and collaborators that you might not have had if you're like rushing to get this big game idea done in the last day.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one before, but that is a really, really good idea. Scope it down to 1 day for initial development, and then bug fixes, polish, and some more fun creative stuff on the second day. That's a really good call.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, just like I like to use Google Calendar and literally like just drag the little blocks of time. Like, this is when I will have this done. This is when I'm taking my lunch break. This is when I'm going for a run. This is when I'm like, we're going to do a little walk around the block and talk with the
That's a great one too. Exercise. You got to keep it up. I currently have a little bike underneath my desk because I was like, I'm going to be sitting for a long time today. So I've literally been biking between segments.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's a really good thing to do.
Yeah, whenever I hit writer's block, I have to like run around the block. That's the only way to get my brain working again. That's great advice.
Very good for you.
It's so true. And if you've got like a group, it's like really fun to just walk away from the computer, get outside, and like you come back with such clarity and focus when you come back to your game. So
Yeah.
it's like you're not gonna, if you take 10 minutes away from the computer to walk, that's like an essential part of the jam in my
Yep.
experience. Like not just
Absolutely.
go and pedal to the metal with the programming.
Yeah.
So we're already talking about this. Take care of your human needs in a game jam. Get rest, do some movement, get some breaks, sustenance, and sleep.
So when
Um,
you're working with the Triangle Interactive community and it sounds like what you're doing is sort of community leadership, how do you make sure people are doing these things? Is this something that you try to enforce, or do you let people sort of take their own approaches to it?
I let people take their own approaches, but I try to lead by example, right? So
Yeah.
I'll be like, hey, I'm going to go run and grab lunch. Let's go. Or like, hey, let's take a quick walk, that sort of thing. I'm also closing the jam site at 10 p.m.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Good idea.
I feel like that kind of helps for the on-site jam. But, obviously people do know their own limits and you kind of have to respect that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, having lots of snacks and drinks that aren't caffeinated or alcoholic is helpful too. So like,
Honestly, yeah.
we have a lot of like seltzer water, and we're always crazy about our seltzies in our community. Like I'm always bringing a cooler to all of our co-working events and stuff. So that's really helpful to, encourage like the water drinking as well, which is what people say a lot. And the last one is to like make friends. A lot of times the relationships you make with your collaborators and fellow jammers are more important than your output. You've been hearing it from a lot of people on the stream today. Years down the line, you still like talk to the people that you did that one game jam back with in the day, and maybe you work at a studio together now, or maybe these kind of friendships that you make during a game jam, they have these wonderful ways of spiraling out into all these fantastic things. So just have a great time and make friends.
Takes pressure off too.
Yeah.
Have a great time, make friends. It's sort of my life motto. I'm doing okay. We're trying.
Right at average, I would call myself. We're like, we're doing our best. Have a good time.
So in terms of like bringing all these people together, making friends, fostering that community, what you're doing is very cool with Triangle Interactive. Do you have any tips for how people who might want to do the same thing in other regions could approach community building like this?
Yeah, I was going to make a point to talk about this before you kicked me off the stream. But like, first of all, go on Meetup or go on Eventbrite and just kind of search to see if there's any groups, especially doing like indie organizing in your area. Like a lot of times there'll be co-working or playtesting events. These sorts of groups with indie developers kind of forming collectives and co-working together, they're happening all over the place. And if you are searching and searching and can't find one, what I recommend doing is just starting one. It'll take a while of just planting your flag in the ground and waving it around. You're going to feel a little silly when no one shows up to your events sometimes, but that's all part of it. And, network with other creative groups in your area. If you can't find any game developers, find some writers, find some painters, find some artists. They do kind of creative co-working sometimes too. And basically all the little connections start forming and your group will start growing organically, but you just kind of have to get out there and, go talk to people.
Yeah.
This is great advice.
Do you have any advice for people for whom, if this is their first game jam or they've done game jams as a solo dev before, maybe this is their first time working on a team?
Yeah. So that it's their first time or their first time working on a team. I'd say like, you want to another reason why you want to like take care of your health and your like your breaks and feeding yourself and sleeping well is because you want to be a good teammate, right? So like if you're like grumpy because you haven't eaten all day, then just make sure you're taking care of yourself and encouraging other people to take care of themselves too.
Yeah.
And keep an open mind and collaborate well. Yeah.
All great advice. Is there anything else that you want to leave people with as they apparently, again, 16,000 people have signed up as they head into this year's Global Game Jam?
Absolutely. 16,000 people. Remember, don't let the fun end after Global Game Jam. If you had a fun time collaborating with people in your community, keep going and keep like hosting events and doing other game jams, doing other things. Like if you're feeling any sort of like imposter syndrome or anything like that, the way that I found to get past that is to just meet real life people and like talk to them and like feel like you're part of a community, and people are really welcoming, as you've seen from this stream. So
totally
go out there and keep doing it.
Yeah.
Great tip. Last question. Just how did you feel about Roots as a theme?
It's going to be a good one because there's going to be a lot of really awesome conceptual games and also stuff with plants, which I quite like too.
We can all get behind that.
Yeah, clearly I'm in. That's my entire background. Clearly. Like,
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Michael, and good luck with this year's Global Game Jam.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Michael. Oh,
all great
good
tips.
tip. Yeah, that was wonderful. Hello again.
It was wonderful. Wow.
Welcome
what
back.
What a great just presentations from all the different communities and hearing all the tips and the theme and all
I
of it.
leave today feeling different about the world, honestly. Like I'm
Yeah.
like, wow, everyone's really nice and everyone really cares. And like you can kind of forget that stuff when a lot of the discourse you see about game dev is on
Yeah.
Twitter or whatever. Whereas like talking to
Yes.
people like this is just so nice.
It's a
It
community
really
that
is.
wants to help each other and wants to
Mhm.
learn. And that's so incredible to remember. It's not a big competition. It's not like who can drink the least amount of water at the jam.
and leave the least in this week.
Yeah.
Right. It's, let's all just make something and also be okay at the end of it, not be
Yeah.
for years.
feel like the amount of people who are like make friends is a great motto because it can
Oh,
that
yeah.
can change your life and keep you motivated and keep you like even outside of the jams you have somebody to bounce some ideas off and studios come out of this kind of thing, you know. It's
Absolutely. Like
Very
I help host the Seattle Indies and we've talked to a lot of devs with like, oh, I met my partner at a game jam and here they are making like turning their game jam game into a game that they're publishing. It's really
Totally.
wonderful.
very cool. Related to that, we have to thank all of our sponsors one last time. So let me just read through the list before we head off. Thank you to Dot Big Bang, Coherence, Crazy Games, Yahaha, Google Firebase, Photon, Unity, InWorld Global Engagement Center of the US Department of State, Cubes, UK Games Fund, GitHub, Avaturn, Autodesk, Intel, SideFX, Plus Music, AWS for Games, Incredibuild, Weaver, Microsoft / Xbox, Hyperpad, Construct, Yo-Yo Games, DDM, Nimble Giant, Geopipe, Richcast, and Procedural Worlds. And I think that is it for this year. Mac, where should people go to sign up?
You can go to globalgamejam.org and find a site near you and join. Find a team and get started, even if you don't have any skills.
You have
That's
more
it.
skills than you think. You just
Yes.
there's so
That's
many
the
people here who
theme.
want to help you. Yeah.
I think like being willing to do it and get involved at all is kind of a skill you should give yourself credit for. Like even being curious about it is a good place to start. Joining a thing that you aren't familiar with a bunch of people you don't know is super scary. So if you're even considering doing it, that is a huge credit to you, I think.
Huge leg up for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what everyone comes up with.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting.
Could be a good year. I can feel it.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody who has joined us today. Thank you to both of you and to everybody backstage who's helping run this whole thing. You guys are fantastic. And I think before we head off, we are going to rerun the theme reveal video. So I'll just say happy Global Game Jam, everybody.
Good luck.
Happy jamming.